The blue-tinged lights of Intensive Care Unit 7 pulsed, in rhythm with the biometric monitors. Andrew adjusted her translucent exoskeleton gloves, the specialized membrane allowing her four-fingered Verax hands to interact with human medical equipment without contamination. Her silver eyes, multifaceted like a dragonfly's, focused on the woman lying unconscious in the recovery pod. Temperature still holding at 103.7, Andrew noted. Her voice a melodic trill that the hospital's universal translator converted to standard galactic English. 48 hours of antipyretic treatment with no response. The patient, Lena Harper, according to her identification chip, had been brought to Tierna Medical Station 3 days ago, semi-conscious and burning with fever. Initial diagnosis: a severe reaction to the atmospheric conditions on Belli 7, where her research vessel had been collecting mineral samples. Nothing unusual for humans visiting frontier planets without proper acclimation. But something about this case troubled Andrew. Humans typically responded to the standard fever protocols within 24 hours. Lena Harper had not. Andrew's secondary eyelids flickered, a sign of concentration among the Verax. She gazed at the holographic readout, hovering above the bed. Pulse, elevated but stable. Blood pressure, within human norms. Cerebral activity, unusually high for someone in her condition. Just a fever, the woman had insisted before slipping into unconsciousness. "I'll be fine by morning." It was now the third morning, and she was anything but fine. Andrew pressed her palm against the biopad, authorizing another blood sample. The medical arm descended from the ceiling, a whisper-thin needle extracting a droplet of blood from Lena's forearm. The sample glowed faintly as it traveled through the transparent tube to the analysis chamber. "Blood analysis complete," announced the medical system in its neutral voice. "Results inconclusive. Recommend advanced genomic screening." Andrew's crest, the ridge of sensitive membranes extending from her forehead to the nape of her neck, fluttered in surprise. Inconclusive. The Tierna medical systems were calibrated to identify thousands of species, subspecies, and hybrid variants throughout the Galactic Alliance. An inconclusive result was troubling. System: display blood sample magnification, maximum resolution. The holographic display shifted, revealing the microscopic structure of Lena's blood cells. Andrew leaned forward, her trained eyes immediately spotting the anomaly. The cellular membranes contained an unfamiliar pattern, almost like tiny circuitry embedded within the organic material. System: compare sample against Terran genetic database. Comparison complete. Sample contains unknown genetic markers. No match in database. Andrew glanced at her sleeping patient. Lena appeared completely human. Olive skin. Dark hair cut in a practical shoulder-length style. Athletic build, typical of space researchers who worked in variable gravity environments. Nothing in her appearance suggested genetic modification or alien heritage. Yet her blood told a different story. Andrew made a decision. She extracted a secondary sample, bypassing the hospital's main system. This was irregular, potentially a violation of protocol, but her medical intuition, honed over 17 years of interspecies nursing, told her this case required discretion. As she sealed the sample in her personal medical kit, the door to the ICU slid open with a pneumatic hiss. Dr. Koru entered, his tall, gaunt frame casting a long shadow across the sterile floor. His species, the Nuvari, were known for their analytical minds and strict adherence to hierarchy. "Nurse Andrew," he acknowledged with minimal inflection. "Report on the Terran." Andrew straightened, her exoskeleton shifting with a faint clicking sound. "Patient remains febrile but stable. Doctor, antipyretics continue to show minimal effect. I've initiated a request for advanced genomic screening." Dr. Koru's pupilless eyes narrowed slightly. "On what basis?" "Initial blood analysis showed anomalous cellular structures. I believe—" "Belief is irrelevant," Koru interrupted. "Forward the results to my laboratory." I'll make the determination of any further testing. He stepped closer to the bed, studying Lena with clinical detachment. The Crimson Pharmaceutical Consortium has expressed interest in this case. They've requested all data be shared with their research division. Anhru's crest flattened against her skull, a Verax expression of concern or disapproval. The consortium was the largest pharmaceutical entity in the galaxy, with tentacles reaching into every aspect of interstellar medicine. Their interest in a single human with a fever was unusual. May I ask why the consortium is involved in a routine case, Doctor? Koru didn't look at her. You may not. Continue standard protocols and notify me immediately of any changes. He turned and left without waiting for a response. Anhru remained motionless until the door closed behind him. Then she looked down at her medical kit, where the unauthorized blood sample waited. Something was happening here. Something beyond a simple case of planetary fever. In the bed, Lena Harper stirred slightly, her eyelids fluttering though she didn't wake. The biometric display above her bed spiked momentarily, then settled back into its previous rhythm. Anhru made another decision. She would take this sample to the auxiliary lab on level 7, a facility used primarily by visiting researchers where she might conduct tests without immediate oversight. It was time to discover what secrets lurked in Lena Harper's impossible DNA. The auxiliary laboratory hummed with the gentle vibration of vital equipment. At this hour of the station's night cycle, the facility was deserted, exactly as Anhru had hoped. She placed her identity chip against the scanner, grateful that her position as senior nurse granted her access to most of the station's medical facilities. The door slid open, revealing the state-of-the-art lab. Unlike the sterile white of the medical bay, this room glowed with the blue-green light of preservation tanks and diagnostic equipment. Anhru moved quickly to the central analysis station, removing the blood sample from her kit. Computer, initiate privacy protocol Verax 7, she instructed. No record of this session is to be logged in the main system. Privacy protocol initiated. The computer confirmed. Be advised that Medical Ethics Regulation 5.3.8 requires all testing to be documented. Override. Medical Ethics Exemption Clause for Potential Contamination Investigation. It wasn't entirely a lie. If Lena's unusual DNA represented some new form of genetic modification, it could indeed pose a contamination risk. Anhru placed the sample in the analyzer and initiated a comprehensive genomic sequence. The machine hummed, projecting a three-dimensional model of the DNA structure above the workstation. As the model rotated, Anhru's trained eyes widened. The double helix structure was present, confirming the basic human template. But, interwoven between the familiar genetic code, were unfamiliar sequences, segments that glowed with a faint luminescence that should not be possible in unmodified DNA. Computer, compare unknown sequences against all known species in the galactic database. The system processed for several minutes, an eternity for a quantum computer that could typically analyze genetic material in seconds. Analysis complete. Unknown sequences do not match any registered species. Closest approximation, 42% similarity to Verax genetic markers, specifically neural pathway encoding. Anhru's crest rose in alarm. Verax neural pathways? The Verax nervous system was unique in the known galaxy, evolved to allow direct interface with the electromagnetic fields of their home world. It was what made her people exceptional navigators and technicians, their ability to sense and interpret energy patterns imperceptible to most species. But humans possessed no such capability. Their nervous systems were entirely different, evolved on a planet with minimal electromagnetic fluctuations. Computer, is this consistent with genetic engineering? Negative. Integration patterns suggest organic evolution rather than artificial insertion. Estimated developmental timeline, minimum 3 generations. 3 generations? That was impossible. Humans and Verax had only established contact 63 years ago. No hybrid program, even if one existed, could have produced 3 generations of stable offspring in that time frame. Anhru instructed the computer to run additional tests, comparing the sample against every known genetic modification program in the Alliance records. As the system worked, she paced the laboratory, her mind racing through possibilities. If Lena Harper carried Verax genetic material that had somehow been naturally incorporated into her DNA over multiple generations, it would rewrite the understanding of interspecies genetics. It would also explain the fever. Her body might be attempting to activate or suppress these alien genetic pathways. The analysis station chimed, indicating completed results. Anhru hurried back, her gaze fixed on the floating display. No match found in registered genetic modification programs, the computer reported. However, anomalous sequences show evidence of artificial optimization, genetic markers consistent with laboratory refinement. So it was engineered, but not through any known program. A secret experiment? But conducted by whom? And for what purpose? Anhru was so absorbed in the results that she nearly missed the soft beep from her medical communicator. She glanced down to see an alert from the ICU monitoring system. Patient, Lena Harper. Anomalous brainwave patterns detected. Quickly securing the sample and instructing the computer to save all results under an encrypted file. Anhru rushed back toward the medical bay. Whatever was happening with Lena Harper's impossible DNA, it was progressing faster than anticipated. When Anhru arrived at ICU 7, she found the monitoring equipment surrounding Lena's bed pulsing with unusual patterns. The holographic displays showed brain activity spiking in regions associated with the thalamus and parietal lobe, areas involved in sensory processing and spatial awareness. Most alarming, however, was the behavior of the medical systems themselves. The diagnostic arms were moving without authorization, scanning Lena's body in patterns that didn't conform to any standard medical protocol. The atmospheric regulators had adjusted to create a slightly higher oxygen concentration around her bed. "System, halt all automated processes," Anhru commanded. The mechanical arms paused momentarily, then resumed their movements. Unable to comply, the system responded. "Priority patient care protocols engaged. Override authorization, Senior Nurse Anhru, security clearance Theta 9. Override denied, biometric synchronization in progress." Biometric synchronization. That was a protocol used only for patients with neural implants that could interface directly with medical equipment. Lena Harper's file indicated no such implants. Anhru approached the bed cautiously. Lena remained unconscious, but her eyes were moving rapidly beneath closed lids. The fever had abated, temperature now reading 99.1, but her brain activity continued to escalate. A movement from the far corner of the room caught Anhru's attention. A man sat in the visitor's chair, watching the proceedings with remarkable calmness, given the unusual activity of the medical equipment. "This area is restricted," Anhru stated firmly. "How did you gain access to this unit?" The man stood, tall for a human, with the muscular build and perfect posture of military training. A faded scar ran from his right temple to jawline, partially obscured by close-cropped silver hair. Jax Merrick. He introduced himself with a slight bow, a gesture of respect in Verax culture, which suggested he was familiar with interspecies etiquette. Former Space Marine Corps, currently Ms. Harper's research partner. The attending physician granted me visitation rights. Anhru's secondary eyelids flickered with skepticism. "Dr. Koru authorized this?" "Not Dr. Koru. The physician before shift change. Dr. Alani. I believe." That made more sense. Dr. Alani was known for her compassionate approach to patient care, often allowing companions to visit even in restricted areas, if she believed it beneficial to recovery. "I see. However, we're experiencing some unusual equipment responses. I must ask you to step outside temporarily." Jax didn't move. His gaze shifted to the active medical arms. Then, back to Anru. Those arms are responding to Lena, aren't they? She's interfacing with the system somehow. Anru went still, her crest flattening in surprise. You know about this condition? Not exactly. Jax moved closer to the bed, careful to maintain a respectful distance from both patient and equipment. But I've seen her do similar things with research equipment. Devices responding to her without direct input. Systems optimizing around her presence. He met Anru's multifaceted gaze directly. She doesn't know she's doing it. When I've mentioned it, she dismisses it as equipment coincidence or good calibration. This information aligned with the genetic anomalies Anru had discovered. Verax-like neural pathways could theoretically allow for electromagnetic interaction with technology. But for a human to develop such abilities spontaneously. Mr. Merrick, how long have you known Lena Harper? 3 years. We were assigned to the same xenogeology expedition on Talos Prime. She's brilliant, one of the finest mineral analysts in the sector. His expression softened slightly. And she's never been sick a day in that time. Not even common space flu. This fever, it's not natural. Anru made a swift decision. This human clearly cared for Lena, and his observations corroborated her own findings. She needed allies if she was to understand what was happening, especially with Dr. Koru and the Crimson Pharmaceutical Consortium taking an unusual interest. Mr. Merrick, what I'm about to share violates several protocols, but I believe it's necessary for your friend's well-being. She lowered her voice, though they were alone in the room. Lena's DNA contains genetic sequences that should not exist in humans. Sequences partially resembling Verax neural encoding. Jax's eyes widened slightly, the only indication of his surprise. You're saying she's part alien? That's not possible. I've seen her medical records during expedition preparations. Standard human baseline across the board. Standard testing wouldn't detect these anomalies. They're deeply integrated, almost camouflaged within the human genetic framework. Anru gestured to the medical arms, still scanning in their unusual pattern. But they appear to be activating now, manifesting as this ability to interface with technology. Why now? What triggered it? That's what I need to discover. And quickly, before... The door to the ICU slid open, and Dr. Koru entered, accompanied by 2 individuals in the charcoal gray uniforms of station security. His pupil-less eyes swept the room, taking in the active medical equipment, Jax's presence, and Anru's position beside the bed. Nurse Anru, he said coldly. You failed to report the patient's changed condition. I was in the process of assessment, Doctor. The changes only began moments ago. Koru didn't acknowledge her explanation. Instead, he turned to the security officers. Please escort Mr. Merrick from the medical bay. Visitors are no longer permitted. Jax straightened to his full height, a subtle reminder of his military background. On whose authority? Mine, as chief medical officer of this station, Koru replied without inflection. And by request of the Crimson Pharmaceutical Consortium, which has assumed financial responsibility for Ms. Harper's treatment. This was new information. Anru's crest rippled with concern. The consortium taking financial control meant they now had legal rights to all medical data, and potentially to Lena herself if her condition was deemed research-worthy. Jax seemed to understand the implications as well. He nodded stiffly. I'll go quietly, but I'll be filing a formal inquiry with Alliance Medical Oversight. Lena hasn't authorized any transfer of her care. Your concerns are noted. Koru gestured to the guards, who moved to escort Jax from the room. As he passed Anru, Jax's eyes met hers in silent communication. There was an intensity there, a promise that this wasn't over. Then he was gone, the door sealing behind him. Koru turned his attention to the active medical equipment. Fascinating response pattern. The system appears to be creating a custom treatment protocol without authorization. He moved to the central console. Disable autonomous functions and prepare the patient for transfer to the research wing. Andrew stepped forward. Doctor, the patient is still in recovery. Moving her could destabilize her condition. Your concern is noted, nurse, but unnecessary. The research facilities are better equipped to monitor these unusual symptoms. He entered a command sequence, but the system responded with an error tone. Transfer protocol denied, the system announced. Patient biometrics indicate contraindication for movement. Koru's expression hardened, a subtle tightening around his lipless mouth. Override. Authorization, Koru Alpha 1. Override denied. System locked to current care protocol. The medical officer turned to Andrew, suspicion evident in his stance. Did you implement a security override on this patient's care? No. Doctor. The system appears to be responding directly to the patient's biometric input. She gestured to the neural activity display. These patterns suggest some form of direct interface capability. Koru studied the display, his scientific curiosity momentarily overriding his annoyance. Impossible. Humans don't possess the neural architecture for direct system interface. This human might, Andrew said carefully, deciding how much to reveal. Initial blood analysis showed some anomalous cellular structures. Show me these results. Andrew accessed the main medical system, bringing up the initial and incomplete blood analysis. She deliberately omitted mention of her more thorough investigation in the auxiliary lab. Koru reviewed the data, his expression unreadable. Interesting. Prepare a complete genomic workup. I'll inform the consortium representatives. Doctor, Andrew ventured, shouldn't we consult with Alliance Medical Ethics before involving external corporations? These anomalies may have security implications. The consortium funds 80% of this station's research. Nurse Andrew. They have contractual rights to all medical discoveries. He moved toward the door. Prepare the patient for detailed scanning. I want full cellular mapping initiated within the hour. As the door closed behind him, Andrew looked down at Lena's still form. The woman remained unconscious, but the medical arms had arranged themselves in a protective formation above her bed, almost as if responding to a perceived threat. "What are you?" Andrew whispered. "And why does the consortium want you so badly?" On the monitor, Lena's neural activity spiked again, and for just a moment, all the lights in the ICU flickered in perfect synchronization. The research wing of Tirna Medical Station occupied 3 full levels, its laboratories equipped with the most advanced diagnostic technology in the sector. Under normal circumstances, Andrew would have been impressed to gain access to such facilities. Now, watching as technicians prepared a neural mapping chamber for Lena Harper, she felt only growing apprehension. "Calibration complete," announced the lead technician, a Navaran with the characteristic geometric patterns tattooed across his scaled skull. "Subject can be transferred to the chamber when ready." "The subject," Andrew corrected, with barely contained irritation, "is a patient named Lena Harper, and she remains in unstable condition." The technician blinked his nictitating membranes in what might have been apology. "Of course, nurse. The patient can be transferred when medically cleared." Andrew checked Lena's vital signs on her portable monitor. The fever had completely subsided, and brain activity had stabilized at a level only slightly above human norm. The strange synchronization with the ICU equipment had ceased once the autonomous functions were manually disabled. Though Andrew suspected this was more due to Lena's condition changing than any true cessation of ability. "I'll need another 30 minutes to ensure stability before transport," she informed the technician. "Dr. Koru specified immediate transfer," he replied, uncertainty evident in his posture. "And medical protocol specifies patient safety above all else." Andrew's crest rose slightly, a sign of determination among her people. "I will inform Dr. Koru personally of the delay." The technician hesitated, then nodded. 30 minutes. The chamber will remain calibrated. As he left to attend to other preparations, Andrew returned to Lena's side. The woman had been moved to a transport gurney, monitoring equipment temporarily attached to maintain continuity of care. In the harsh light of the research antechamber, Lena looked smaller, more vulnerable, her olive skin pale against the white medical coverings. Andrew checked that they were momentarily alone, then leaned closer. "Lena," she said softly, "if you can hear me, I need you to know that something unusual is happening. Your body is changing, activating abilities that may be frightening or confusing. But I promise, I'm trying to help you." To Andrew's surprise, Lena's eyelids fluttered. Her lips parted slightly, though no sound emerged. Encouraged, Andrew continued. "The people here, some of them, want to study you rather than heal you. I don't know their exact intentions, but I believe caution is warranted. Your friend Jax is still on the station. He's concerned for you." At the mention of Jax, Lena's fingers twitched. The neural activity monitor registered a small spike. "Can you hear me, Lena? If you can, try to—" The door slid open, and Andrew straightened immediately. But it wasn't Dr. Koru who entered. It was Jax Merrick, now dressed in the blue uniform of station maintenance. "You shouldn't be here," Andrew said immediately, though she made no move to summon security. Jax approached, glancing at the monitoring equipment. "Security protocols on this station are remarkably outdated for a top-tier medical facility." He pulled a small device from his pocket, a portable data drive. "After our last conversation, I did some research. Thought you might find this interesting." Andrew hesitated only briefly before accepting the drive. "What is it?" "Historical records of a classified military research initiative from about 70 years ago. Project Nexus." His voice lowered. "They were experimenting with human-alien genetic hybridization. Specifically, attempting to incorporate Verak's neural capabilities into human operatives." Andrew's crest flattened in shock. "That's impossible. Such research would violate dozens of Alliance ethical protocols. Hence the classification." Jax's gaze shifted to Lena. "The project was supposedly terminated after initial trials failed. All test subjects were reportedly euthanized, and the research destroyed." His jaw tightened. "But some of us in military intelligence always suspected the research continued privately." "You believe Lena is connected to this project. But the timeline. The records indicate they were working with generational integration, modifications that would only fully manifest after several generations." Jax's expression softened as he looked at Lena. "She's an orphan, raised in an Alliance education facility on Europa. Perfect academic record, recruited to xenogeology research straight out of university. No known family." The pieces were beginning to align in Andrew's mind. A controlled life path, monitoring without obvious surveillance. "Exactly." Jax ran a hand through his short silver hair. "I always thought it strange how many medical examinations she underwent during our expeditions. Standard procedure, they claimed, but it was excessive even by Alliance standards." A soft moan from the gurney interrupted their conversation. Lena's eyes were open, unfocused but conscious. "Jax?" Her voice was raspy from disuse. "What? Where am I?" Andrew moved quickly to her side, checking vital signs. "You're in Tirna Medical Station. Lena, you've been unconscious with a high fever for nearly 3 days." Lena blinked slowly, her gaze gradually focusing on Andrew's alien features. To her credit, she showed no fear or disorientation at being attended by a Verak's nurse. "I remember the sample collection on Belli 7. Then feeling hot, dizzy." She attempted to sit up, but fell back weakly. "Just a fever. I told them it was just a fever." "It may have started as a fever," Andrew said gently, "but there's more happening. Your body is changing in ways we don't fully understand yet." Lena's eyes sharpened with sudden clarity. "The machines. I could feel them." She looked at her hands in wonder. It was like they were extensions of my nervous system. I could sense every circuit, every power fluctuation. Her gaze shifted to Jax. That's never happened before. Not like that. Actually, Jax said carefully, it has, in smaller ways. The environmental controls in our research hab always adjusted perfectly to your preferences without programming. The mineral analyzers calibrated automatically when you operated them. That's just good equipment design, Lena protested, but uncertainty crept into her voice. It's more than that, Anru interjected. Your DNA contains sequences similar to Verak's neural pathways, the biological structures that allow my people to sense and interact with electromagnetic fields. Lena stared at her in disbelief. That's not possible. I'm human. Mostly human, Jax corrected gently, with some engineered additions that appear to have activated fully during your fever. Before Lena could respond, an alarm sounded from Anru's medical communicator. She checked the display and felt her crest rise in alarm. Security has been alerted to an unauthorized presence in the research wing, she reported. They're on their way. Mr. Merrick. Call me Jax, he interrupted with a grim smile. And I think it's time we expedited our departure. He turned to Lena. Can you stand? Lena pushed herself upright, swaying slightly. I think so, but where are we going? Somewhere safe, Jax replied, supporting her as she slid from the gurney. Somewhere we can figure out exactly what they did to you, and why the Crimson Pharmaceutical Consortium is so interested in the results. Andrew made a swift decision. The service tunnels on Level 5 connect to the civilian docking ring. If you can reach Bay 17, there's a supply transport departing for the Frontier Outpost in 30 minutes. She removed her medical access chip and handed it to Jax. This will open most service doors. You're helping us escape? Lena asked, surprise evident in her voice. I'm helping you avoid becoming a research specimen, Andrew corrected. What's happening to you should be investigated, but on your terms, not as a corporate asset. The distant sound of running footsteps echoed from the corridor outside. Go, Andrew urged. Take the maintenance lift at the end of this hallway. I'll delay them as long as possible. Jax nodded his thanks, already guiding Lena toward the auxiliary exit. At the doorway, Lena paused, looking back at Andrew. Thank you, she said simply. Then, with surprising insight, they'll punish you for this. Andrew's crest rippled in the Verak's equivalent of a shrug. Perhaps, but medical ethics are clear. The patient's autonomy comes first. As the door closed behind them, Andrew quickly disconnected the monitoring equipment and activated the emergency sanitization protocol, a procedure that would lock down the room for at least 15 minutes on the pretense of decontamination. It wouldn't fool security for long, but it might buy enough time for Lena and Jax to reach the lower levels. She had just finished when the main door slid open, revealing Dr. Koru flanked by 4 security officers. Where is the patient? He demanded without preamble. Andrew gestured to the decontamination warnings flashing on the display. A potential biohazard was detected in her blood work. I initiated emergency protocols and moved her to isolation chamber 3. Koru's eyes narrowed. Without authorization? Medical emergency protocols don't require prior authorization. Doctor, as you well know. For a tense moment, Koru studied her, clearly weighing her explanation against his suspicions. Finally, he turned to the security team. Check isolation chamber 3. Full decontamination procedures before entry. He fixed Andrew with a cold stare. You will accompany me to my office to file a complete incident report. Now. Andrew inclined her head in apparent acquiescence, mentally calculating how long it would take security to discover her deception. Likely, no more than 20 minutes. Hopefully enough time for Lena and Jax to disappear into the labyrinthine maintenance tunnels of the station. As she followed Dr. Koru through the research wing, Andrew reflected on how quickly her orderly life had unraveled. In less than a day, She had violated medical protocols, assisted in a patient's unauthorized departure, and deliberately misled her superior. And yet, she felt more certain of her path than she had in years. Something profound was happening with Lena Harper, something that could reshape understanding of interspecies genetics and human potential. Such a discovery belonged to all sentient beings, not locked away in corporate research vaults. Whatever consequences awaited her, Andrew knew she had made the right choice. Now, she could only hope that Lena and Jax would find safety and answers beyond the reach of the Crimson Consortium. The maintenance tunnels of Tirna Station twisted through the massive structure like arteries, carrying power, data, and essential services to every section, designed for utility rather than comfort. They were cramped, dimly lit, and occasionally suffused with the acrid smell of industrial lubricants. Lena leaned heavily against Jax as they navigated a particularly narrow section. Her legs were steadier now, but 3 days of unconsciousness had left her muscles weak and uncoordinated. "Status report?" she asked, attempting to inject normalcy into their bizarre situation. Jax glanced at her with a hint of amusement. "You're still speaking like a research scientist." "It's what I am," she replied defensively. "Or at least, I thought it was." His expression softened. "You're still you, Lena, whatever else you might be as well." They reached a junction where 3 tunnels converged. Jax consulted the small holographic map projected from Andrew's access chip. "Left here. We're 2 levels above the civilian docking ring." As they turned into the new tunnel, Lena became aware of a strange sensation, a tingling awareness of energy flowing through conduits hidden behind the metal walls. She could almost see the pathways of power and data, pulsing with information and purpose. "Jax," she whispered, "I can feel the station." He looked at her sharply. "What do you mean?" "The power grid. The data networks. It's like seeing with another sense." She pressed her palm against a seemingly ordinary section of wall. "There's a major communication node behind this panel. It's routing hundreds of transmissions simultaneously." Jax placed his hand beside hers, feeling nothing but cool metal. "That's the Verax ability. They can sense electromagnetic fields naturally." "It's beautiful," Lena murmured. "Everything connected. Everything in constant communication." She pulled her hand away reluctantly. "But it's overwhelming too. Like trying to listen to 1,000 conversations at once." "Can you control it? Focus it somehow?" Lena closed her eyes, concentrating. "I think, yes. If I concentrate on a specific pattern, I can follow it." Her eyes snapped open. "Jax, I can sense security personnel. They're using communicators on a specific frequency. There's a team, 2 levels down, moving toward the civilian docking ring." "They've guessed our destination." Jax's expression turned grim. "We need an alternative route." Lena looked down the tunnel, her new senses extending outward. "There's a maintenance shaft 3 junctions ahead that connects to the cargo processing level. The energy signatures there are minimal, mostly automated systems. Very few personnel." Jax stared at her with a mixture of amazement and concern. "How can you possibly know that?" "I don't know," she admitted. "It's like the information was always there, but I couldn't access it before. Now I can just see it." They continued forward, moving as quickly as Lena's recovering strength allowed. True to her prediction, they soon found the maintenance shaft, a narrow vertical tube with ladder rungs embedded in the wall. "I'll go first," Jax said, already swinging into the opening. "Take it slowly. No point escaping if you fall and break something." Lena followed carefully, her arms trembling with the effort of supporting her weight. The shaft descended for what felt like hundreds of meters, though in reality, it was likely no more than 30. Finally, they reached another horizontal tunnel, this one wider and better lit than those above. Cargo processing, Jax confirmed, checking a marking on the wall. Now, we need to find a way off this station that doesn't involve the civilian docks. Lena leaned against the wall, catching her breath. What about you said earlier? About Project Nexus and what I might be? Jax's expression grew serious. We should keep moving while we talk. But yes, there's more you should know. He helped her stand, supporting her with an arm around her waist as they walked. Project Nexus was a military research initiative approximately 70 years ago. Its goal was to create human operatives with Verax neural capabilities, specifically, the ability to interface directly with technology and sense electromagnetic fields. That's horrific, Lena whispered. Interspecies genetic experimentation is forbidden under Alliance law. Now it is. 70 years ago. The regulations were looser, especially for classified military projects. He guided her around a corner, checking for any sign of station personnel. According to the records I found, the initial experiments failed. The Verax genetic sequences wouldn't integrate properly with human DNA. The project was officially terminated. But you think it continued secretly. I think the approach changed. Instead of trying to create functional hybrids immediately, they shifted to a generational approach, introducing subtle changes that would fully manifest only after several generations of carefully controlled breeding. Lena stopped walking, her face pale. Are you saying I'm the product of some kind of breeding program? Jax met her gaze steadily. I'm saying it's a possibility we need to consider. Your orphan status, your closely monitored career path, the excessive medical examinations, they're consistent with long-term observation of a valuable research subject. That's why the Crimson Consortium is interested in me, Lena realized, horror dawning in her expression. I'm not a patient to them, I'm intellectual property. The successful culmination of a decades-long experiment. We don't know that for certain, Jax cautioned. But yes, it's a strong possibility. Lena's horror gave way to anger, a cold, clarifying rage that seemed to sharpen her newly awakened senses. The energy fields around her came into even greater focus, revealing the complex web of systems that maintained the station's functions. If what you're saying is true, she said quietly, then my entire life has been orchestrated. My interests, my career, even my friendships. She looked at him with sudden suspicion. Even you? Were you assigned to monitor me? No, Jax replied firmly. I was assigned to the Talus Prime expedition because of my security background. Meeting you was coincidence, or at least, not part of any plan I was aware of. His expression softened. And becoming your friend was entirely my own choice. Lena studied him for a moment, then nodded slowly. I believe you. She straightened, less reliant on his support now. So, what's our plan? We can't exactly disappear into the void of space. Actually, that's precisely what we need to do, at least temporarily. Jax nodded toward the end of the corridor. Cargo Bay 12 should be through that access point. If we're lucky, we can stow away on an outbound transport. And if we're not lucky, then we improvise. He flashed a brief, tight smile. Former Space Marine, remember? Improvisation is what we do best. They approached the cargo bay access door. Jax pressed Andrew's chip against the scanner, and the door slid open with a hydraulic hiss. Beyond lay a cavernous space filled with shipping containers, robotic loaders, and the distinctive shapes of various transport vessels. We need something small, Jax murmured. Automated courier or private trader. Something with minimal crew who might be persuaded to help us. Lena closed her eyes, extending her new senses into the cargo bay. The space hummed with energy, loading mechanisms, communications arrays, navigation beacons. But among the mechanical patterns, she detected something else, the distinctive signatures of sentient beings. 3 people by the far wall, she reported, opening her eyes. 2 more near that small vessel with the blue markings. And, she frowned, concentrating harder. Something unusual in the vessel itself. An energy pattern I don't recognize. Jax followed her gaze to the indicated ship, a sleek courier vessel with azure striping along its hull. That's a Nindari Swift-class courier. Fast, stealthy, perfect for our needs. But what do you mean by an unusual energy pattern? It's organic but not organic. Structured like technology but flowing like a living system. Lena shook her head in frustration. I don't have the vocabulary for this yet. Let's find out, Jax decided. Follow my lead. Stay close. And if anything goes wrong, run? Actually, I was going to say find cover, but running works too. They moved through the cargo bay, keeping to the shadows cast by the larger shipping containers. As they drew closer to the Nindari vessel, Lena could see that the 2 figures beside it were engaged in animated conversation. One, a burly Helveran with characteristic crimson scales. The other, a human woman with intricate cybernetic enhancements, visible along her jawline and temples. Told you, the navigation system needs a complete overhaul. Not just another patch, the woman was saying. We're lucky we made it here in one piece. And I told you, Sarah, we don't have the credits for an overhaul. The Helveran rumbled. The consortium contract barely covers fuel and docking fees. At the mention of the consortium, Jax and Lena exchanged glances. This could be complicated. Excuse me, Jax called, as he stepped from the shadows, adopting a casual posture, despite the tension evident in his shoulders. Couldn't help overhearing. You're having navigation troubles. The pair turned sharply, the Helveran's hand dropping to a weapon holstered at his hip. Station maintenance, Jax continued smoothly, gesturing to his appropriated uniform. We're conducting routine checks on all docked vessels after a power fluctuation in this sector. The human woman, Sarah, narrowed her eyes skeptically. Funny, we weren't informed of any checks or power fluctuations. Standard procedure, Jax replied with practiced ease. Nothing to worry about unless your systems are showing anomalies. He glanced at their ship. Which, from what I overheard, they might be. The Helveran relaxed slightly, though his hand remained near his weapon. Navigation's been glitchy since we left Proxima Hub. Keeps trying to recalculate course mid-jump. Mind if I take a look, Jax offered. Might save you some credits if it's something simple. Sarah and the Helveran exchanged glances. What's your specialty? Sarah asked. Integrated systems, Jax replied without hesitation. Particularly navigation and communication interfaces. It was a plausible claim, and one that would be difficult to verify quickly. The Helveran seemed to reach the same conclusion. 20 minutes, he decided. If you can fix it, there might be some credits in it for you. Appreciated, Jax gestured to Lena. My assistant will help document the issue for station records. The Helveran led them toward the ship's access ramp, Sarah following with evident suspicion. As they approached, Lena's new senses detected the unusual energy pattern more clearly. It seemed to emanate from the vessel's central compartment, pulsing with a rhythm almost like a heartbeat. The ship's interior was cramped but efficiently designed, with a small cockpit, cargo area, and crew quarters arranged in a linear configuration. The Helveran directed them to the cockpit, where holographic displays showed diagnostic information about various ship systems. Navigation controls are there. He indicated a console to the right. I'll give you some space to work, but don't touch anything else. As the Helveran stepped back to confer with Sarah, Jax leaned over the navigation console, making a show of examining the systems while whispering to Lena. Can you sense what's wrong with it? Lena placed her hand near the console, not quite touching it. It's not broken, she murmured. It's protected. There's some kind of security protocol interfering with navigation calculations. almost like it's trying to prevent the ship from reaching certain coordinates. Sabotage? No, more like a constraint. Lena frowned in concentration. I think I can bypass it. Are you sure that's wise? We don't know who these people are or what they're transporting. Lena met his gaze. We need a way off this station, and we need allies. If I can help them, maybe they'll help us. Without waiting for his response, she placed her palm directly on the console. The sensation was immediate and overwhelming, like plunging into an electrical current. Lena gasped as information flooded her consciousness. Navigation algorithms, starship specifications, flight restrictions coded into the ship's core systems. And beneath it all, that strange organic yet technological pattern, observing her intrusion with what felt almost like curiosity. With instincts she didn't know she possessed, Lena identified the restrictive protocols and carefully rerouted them, creating a bypass that would allow the navigation system to function normally while appearing to comply with the embedded constraints. It's done, she whispered, withdrawing her hand. The console flickered, then displayed a series of green status indicators. What did you do? Jax asked, genuine amazement in his voice. Before she could answer, the Helveran called from behind them. Any progress? Jax straightened. Professional mask back in place. Found the issue. Conflicting navigation protocols. Common problem in ships that operate between consortium and independent territories. The regulatory requirements don't always play nice together. The Helveran approached, studying the now green displays with surprise. You fixed it? Just like that? Simple bypass, Jax replied with a casual shrug. Your system should calculate routes normally now, regardless of destination. Sarah pushed past her companion, checking the diagnostics with evident skepticism. That's impossible. We've had 3 different techs look at this. None of them could even identify the problem. Sometimes it takes fresh eyes, Jax offered. The Helveran studied them more carefully now. You're not station maintenance, are you? A tense silence fell over the cockpit. Lena felt her new senses heighten with anxiety, mapping potential exits and detecting the energy signatures of weapons, the Helveran's sidearm, Sarah's cybernetic implants, which seemed to include offensive capabilities. Jax shifted subtly, positioning himself between Lena and the others. What makes you say that? Because, the Helveran replied evenly. Station maintenance doesn't fix proprietary consortium navigation locks. Those are specifically designed to be unbypassable, without specialized equipment and authorization codes. Then, I guess we're all breaking rules today, Jax replied, dropping the pretense. You're transporting something the consortium wants to control, and let's say we're avoiding unwanted consortium attention ourselves. To Lena's surprise, Sarah laughed, a short, sharp sound. Well, that's refreshingly honest. She gestured toward Lena. How did she do it? The bypass? Lena hesitated, then decided on a partial truth. I can sense system architectures, see how they're structured, and find paths around obstacles. A technopath, the Helveran's eyes widened. Those are exceedingly rare. And valuable? She's not for sale, Jax said flatly. Didn't suggest she was. The Helveran extended a scaled hand. Carex, captain of this modest vessel. My suspicious partner here is Sarah. Jax Merrick, and this is Lena. So, Carex continued, you need transport off station. I assume urgently since you're impersonating maintenance workers. And we need to depart before the consortium realizes our navigation restrictions have been compromised. He glanced at Sarah. Seems like a natural partnership. Where are you headed? Jax asked. Frontier Outpost Zeta 9, Sarah replied. Far enough from consortium jurisdiction to breathe freely. Lena felt a prickle of awareness. Something was approaching the cargo bay. Multiple energy signatures moving with the coordinated precision of a security team. Security's coming, she warned. At least 6 officers. Heavily armed. 2 minutes. Maybe less. Carex didn't question how she knew. Decision time, friends. Are you coming with us? Jax looked to Lena, who nodded firmly. We're coming, he confirmed. But first, what's that energy pattern in your central compartment? The one that feels alive but mechanical? Carex and Sarah exchanged glances. That, Sarah said with a hint of pride, is why the consortium wants to control our navigation. We're transporting a Verax neural matrix, an experimental system designed to allow non-Verax to interact with electromagnetic fields. Lena felt a chill of recognition. For what purpose? Officially, medical applications for species without natural electromagnetic sensitivity. Carex moved toward the cockpit controls, beginning pre-flight procedures. Unofficially, probably weapons development. The ability to disable electronic systems with a thought would be quite the military advantage. And you're stealing it? Jax asked carefully. Liberating it, Sarah corrected. The Verax who developed it never intended it for weapons research. We're returning it to its creator on the frontier. The pieces connected in Lena's mind with sudden clarity. The Verax neural matrix. Her own awakening abilities. Project Nexus. They were all connected. Whatever had been done to her ancestors. Whatever changes had been woven into her DNA. They were part of the same research that had created the technology in this ship. We need to go with them, she told Jax urgently. Whoever created that matrix might understand what's happening to me. Before Jax could respond, alarms blared throughout the cargo bay. Carex cursed in his native language. Security lockdown. They're sealing the bay doors. He turned to Lena. Unless your technopathic talents extend to station security systems? Lena took a deep breath, extending her senses toward the cargo bay control systems. The patterns were complex, protected by multiple security protocols. But now that she knew what to look for, the pathways revealed themselves to her awareness. I can override the lockdown, she said. But only briefly. You'll need to launch immediately. Do it, Carex urged, his hands flying over the launch controls. Lena closed her eyes, focusing her consciousness on the security grid. It felt like reaching out with invisible fingers, touching code and energy rather than physical matter. She found the lockdown sequence and carefully inserted a temporary interrupt, not enough to disable security entirely, but sufficient to create a momentary opening. Now, she gasped as the bay doors began to cycle open. The ship's engines roared to life, inertial compensators struggling to keep up with the sudden acceleration as Carex guided them toward the narrowly opening bay doors. Through the view screen, Lena caught a glimpse of security personnel rushing into the cargo bay, weapons raised. Hold on! Carex shouted as the ship squeezed through the partially open doors, scraping against the metal with a sound that set Lena's teeth on edge. Then they were through, accelerating away from the station into the vast darkness of space. Alarms continued to sound from the navigation console, proximity warnings, and security alerts from the station they'd just fled. They'll send pursuit craft, Sarah warned, strapping herself into the co-pilot seat. Let them try, Carex replied grimly. We'll be in jump space before they clear their own docking protocols. Jax guided Lena to one of the passenger seats along the bulkhead, securing her safety harness before taking the seat beside her. You okay? He asked quietly. Lena nodded, though in truth, she felt simultaneously exhilarated and terrified. In the span of a few hours, her entire understanding of herself had been shattered and reforged. She was no longer simply Lena Harper, xenogeologist. She was something else, something perhaps unique in the galaxy. Jumping in 5, Carex announced. 4, 3, 2. The stars outside the view screen elongated into streaks of light, then disappeared entirely as the ship entered jump space, the dimensional shortcut that allowed faster-than-light travel between star systems. The familiar disorientation of jump transition washed over Lena. But beneath it, she felt something new, an awareness of the jump field itself, the exotic energies that warped space-time around the vessel. "We're clear," Sarah confirmed as the ship stabilized in jump space. "No pursuit registered." Carrick swiveled his seat to face their new passengers. "Now, perhaps you'd care to explain exactly why the Crimson Pharmaceutical Consortium is so interested in you, and how a human woman developed technopathic abilities that, until now, I've only seen in experimental Verax technology." Lena exchanged glances with Jax, then made a decision. These people had risked their own freedom to help them escape. They deserved the truth, or at least as much of it as she understood herself. "I think," she said carefully, "I might be the human equivalent of what you're transporting. A successful integration of Verax neural capabilities into human genetics." She took a deep breath. "And I believe whoever created your neural matrix might hold the answers to what I am, and why the consortium is so desperate to study me." Carrex's alien features registered surprise, then thoughtful consideration. "Well," he said finally, "our journey to the frontier just got considerably more interesting." In the central compartment of the ship, the Verax neural matrix pulsed with heightened activity, as if responding to Lena's presence. And deep within her altered DNA, something continued to awaken, abilities and awareness that had lain dormant for generations, now finally emerging into the light. Dr. Koru stood in the empty isolation chamber, his pupil-less eyes fixed on the security recording playing on the wall display. The footage showed Nurse Anru initiating the decontamination protocol. Then, Lena Harper and her companion Jax Merrick fleeing through the auxiliary exit. "When was this recording accessed?" he asked the security officer beside him. 27 minutes ago, sir. Standard protocol delay for medical emergency overrides." 27 minutes. More than enough time for the fugitives to disappear into the station's labyrinthine structure. Koru's thin lips pressed into an even thinner line. "And Nurse Anru?" "In detention, sir, awaiting your disposition." Koru nodded, already calculating his next moves. The situation had become considerably more complicated. The consortium representatives would be displeased. Losing a subject of Lena Harper's significance would not be tolerated lightly. "Have her brought to my office," he instructed, "and initiate a Level 1 security lockdown. No vessels leave this station without thorough inspection." The officer saluted and departed, leaving Koru alone with his thoughts. The human woman's condition was even more remarkable than initial assessments had indicated. If she truly possessed the ability to interface directly with technology, an ability previously exclusive to certain Verax and experimental systems, her value to the consortium's research was incalculable. He tapped his communicator. "Connect me to Director Vashti of the Crimson Consortium." After a brief delay, a holographic image appeared before him. A severe-looking human woman with silver hair and the characteristic red eyes of extensive genetic modification. "Dr. Koru," she acknowledged without warmth. "I trust you're calling with positive developments regarding the Harper specimen." Koru hesitated only briefly. "There have been complications. The subject has manifested extraordinary abilities consistent with successful Verax neural integration. However, she has also escaped custody with assistance from both an accomplice and a member of my medical staff." Director Vashti's expression didn't change, but the temperature of her voice dropped several degrees. "Escaped? After 70 years of careful monitoring and development? After 3 generations of genetic refinement?" She leaned closer to the camera. "Do you understand what this specimen represents, Doctor? The culmination of Project Nexus, a human with fully functional Verax neural capabilities. The military applications alone are worth billions." "I understand the significance," Koru replied stiffly. "Security protocols have been activated. The station is locked down. They cannot have gone far. See that they haven't, Vashti said. The consortium is dispatching a specialist retrieval team. They will arrive within 12 hours. Until then, find her. Dr. Koru. Find her, secure her, and ensure that no permanent damage is done to her neural systems. Her red eyes narrowed. And doctor, the consortium does not tolerate failure. Your position, indeed, your continued existence, depends on a successful resolution to this situation. The hologram disappeared, leaving Koru alone with the implicit threat still hanging in the air. He had risen to his current position through political maneuvering and careful alliance building within the medical hierarchy. To lose everything now because of one escaped human. His communicator chimed again. Sir, Nurse Anru has been brought to your office as requested. I'll be there momentarily, Koru replied. As he left the isolation chamber, his mind worked through possibilities and contingencies. The nurse was the key. She had been the first to notice the anomalies in Lena Harper's condition, the first to recognize the extraordinary nature of what was happening. If anyone could help locate the fugitive, it would be her. And if persuasion failed, there were other methods available. The Crimson Consortium had not achieved its dominant position through ethical restraint. One way or another, Lena Harper would be returned to Consortium custody. The future of interspecies medicine, and Koru's own future, depended on it. Anru sat rigidly in the chair across from Dr. Koru's desk. Her crest flattened against her skull in a defensive posture. The office, like its occupant, was austere and precisely organized, with none of the personal touches that most sentient beings use to mark their territory. Your actions constitute a serious breach of medical protocol, Koru stated without preamble. Assisting a patient's unauthorized departure, falsifying security protocols, obstructing a corporate medical directive. He looked up from the datapad before him. The penalties for such violations include permanent revocation of your medical credentials, financial restitution, and potential criminal charges. Anru met his gaze steadily. I acted in accordance with the Interspecies Medical Ethics Accord, Section 7.2. The autonomy and informed consent of the patient supersedes institutional or corporate directives when conflicts arise. Ms. Harper was not in a condition to provide informed consent, Koru countered. She was conscious and lucid when she chose to leave, Anru replied. And, more importantly, she was being treated as a research subject rather than a patient. The Crimson Consortium had no legal right to assume control of her care without her explicit permission. Koru set aside the datapad. You're in a precarious position, Nurse Anru. However, there may be a way to mitigate the consequences of your actions. He leaned forward slightly. Tell me where Lena Harper has gone, and I will ensure the charges against you are minimal. I don't know where she is, Anru replied truthfully. I provided assistance for her to leave the research wing. Her subsequent movements were unknown to me. But you have theories, Koru pressed. You've worked on this station for 7 years. You know its layout, its procedures, its vulnerabilities. Where would you go if you wished to leave undetected? Anru remained silent, her multifaceted eyes revealing nothing. Koru changed tactics. Are you aware of what Lena Harper truly is? The danger she potentially represents? I know her DNA contains elements similar to Verak's neural pathways, Anru replied carefully. And I know the consortium seems unusually interested in this fact. She is the product of decades of classified genetic research, Koru said. Project Nexus, a military initiative to create humans with Verak's neural capabilities. The ability to sense and manipulate electromagnetic fields, to interface directly with technology. These powers in an untrained, unstable individual pose significant risks, not just to herself, but to anyone around her. Anru's crest rippled slightly, a sign she was processing this information. If that's true, then she deserves protection and ethical treatment, not exploitation as a corporate asset. The consortium can provide the specialized care she requires, Koru insisted. Their facilities are equipped to help her understand and control these emerging abilities. Their facilities are equipped to weaponize her, Anru corrected. Just as Project Nexus intended 70 years ago. Koru's expression hardened. Your idealism is misplaced, nurse. The galaxy is not the benevolent place you imagine. Military applications of such technology are inevitable. The only question is which power will control them. He straightened in his chair. But this philosophical debate is irrelevant to your current situation. Lena Harper must be found, and you will help locate her. Or what? Anru challenged. Or I will be forced to employ more persuasive methods, Koru replied coldly. The consortium has authorized all necessary measures to recover their property. Their property? Anru's crest rose in outrage. Lena Harper is a sentient being with rights under Alliance law, not property to be claimed by a pharmaceutical corporation. Her unique genetic structure was developed by consortium predecessors, Koru countered. The intellectual property rights are quite clear. No court in the Alliance would uphold such a claim, Anru said with quiet certainty. Sentient rights supersede all patent and intellectual property statutes. We shall see. Koru tapped a control on his desk. Security. Please escort Nurse Anru to detention level 3. Full restrictions. No communications access. 2 security officers entered the office, their expressions professionally neutral as they moved to either side of Anru's chair. This isn't over, Doctor, Anru said as she rose. What you're doing violates everything the medical profession stands for. What I'm doing, Koru replied, is ensuring the continuation of vital research that will benefit countless beings across the galaxy. He met her gaze directly. Sometimes, progress requires difficult choices. Nurse Anru, history will vindicate those with the courage to make them. As the security officers led her from the office, Anru's mind raced through possibilities. Lena and Jax needed time to escape, time she could perhaps provide by continuing to occupy the station's security resources. But more importantly, they needed allies, information, protection from what was surely coming. The consortium would not abandon its pursuit easily. Decades of research, multiple generations of carefully guided genetic development. They would commit significant resources to recovering Lena Harper. And if what Koru said about Project Nexus was true, military interests might become involved as well. One thing was certain. Lena's journey was only beginning. The abilities emerging within her would make her both a target and potentially a formidable force in her own right. Whether that power would be used for protection or exploitation remained to be seen. As the detention cell door closed behind her, Anru made a silent promise to the human woman she had helped escape. Somehow, she would find a way to continue supporting Lena's freedom and autonomy. The future of interspecies relations, and perhaps the very definition of what it meant to be human, might depend on it. The Nindari courier ship Eventide slipped through jump space with the graceful efficiency of a vessel designed for speed rather than comfort. In the cramped crew quarters, Lena sat cross-legged on a narrow bunk, eyes closed in concentration as she extended her new senses throughout the ship's systems. It had been 3 days since their escape from Tirna Station, 3 days of adjusting to her awakening abilities, learning to control the constant influx of electromagnetic information that now bombarded her consciousness. At first, it had been overwhelming, like suddenly gaining a new sense with no filters, no context for processing the input. But with practice, she was beginning to understand the patterns, to distinguish between the various types of energy that flowed through the ship's systems. "How's it going?" Jax asked from the doorway, interrupting her concentration. Lena opened her eyes, smiling tiredly. "Better. I can focus on specific systems now without getting lost in the overall network." She gestured to the lighting panel beside her bunk. "Watch." Without moving, she adjusted the illumination, cycling through various brightness levels and color temperatures before returning it to its original setting. Jax nodded, impressed. That's progress. Yesterday you tried to adjust the temperature and accidentally locked us out of the navigation system for an hour. Don't remind me, Lena groaned. Carex was not amused. Actually, I think he was impressed. Just doesn't like to show it. Jax entered the small cabin, sitting on the bunk opposite hers. We'll be dropping out of jump space in about an hour. Thought you might want to prepare. Frontier Outpost Zeta 9. Their destination, and hopefully, a place where Lena might find answers about her condition. According to Carex, the outpost served as a haven for researchers and scientists whose work existed in the gray areas of Alliance law, including, apparently, the Verax scientist who had developed the neural matrix they were transporting. Do you think this scientist, what was the name, Tavik, will really be able to help me? Lena asked, voicing the doubt that had been growing over the past days. If anyone can, it's Tavik, Jax replied. From what Sarah told me, he's been researching Verax neural technology for decades, was actually part of the original Project Nexus team before he defected, disgusted by the military applications. That's both reassuring and terrifying, Lena said with a weak smile. To think that the person who might understand what's happening to me was involved in creating the project that led to my existence. Life is full of strange symmetries, Jax observed philosophically. The ship's intercom activated. Attention passengers, came Carex's rumbling voice. We're detecting unusual activity in jump space. All personnel to secure positions. Jax was immediately alert. That's not standard procedure. They made their way quickly to the cockpit, where Carex and Sarah were monitoring the navigation displays with evident concern. The usual swirling patterns of jump space visible through the view screen had developed unusual ripples, concentric waves distorting the normal flow. What's happening? Jax asked, securing himself in one of the auxiliary seats. Jump space disturbance, Sarah replied tersely, consistent with pursuit vessels using military-grade drives. The consortium? Lena asked, feeling a chill of apprehension. Likely, Carex confirmed. Standard pursuit protocol. Follow our jump signature and push their engines beyond civilian specifications to catch up mid-transit. I thought that was dangerous, Jax said. Jump space destabilization, navigational failures. It is dangerous, Sarah replied grimly. But the consortium clearly wants what we're carrying badly enough to risk it. The neural matrix, and now, Lena herself. Two pieces of the same technological puzzle, both valuable beyond measure to the right buyers. Options, Jax asked, falling easily into tactical assessment. Carex's scaled hands moved across the navigation controls. We can't outrun them in jump space. Their drives are more powerful. But we could drop early, try to lose them in a dense, stellar region. The Viridian cluster is near our current position, Sarah suggested. Plenty of electromagnetic interference, asteroid fields, places to hide. Also, pirates, uncharted gravity wells, and no Alliance presence if we get into trouble. Carex countered. But yes, probably our best option. Lena felt a strange resonance within her mind, a pull toward the ship's navigation system. Without conscious decision, she reached out with her new senses, connecting to the jump drive controls. Immediately, she understood the mechanics of their situation with perfect clarity. The pursuing vessels, the jump space distortions, the various escape vectors available. There's another option, she said quietly. We can modify our jump signature. All eyes turned to her. That's not possible with this class of ship, Sarah said carefully. Jump signatures are hardwired into the drive configuration. For manual control, yes, Lena agreed. But I can feel the jump field. I can adjust it. She struggled to find words for concepts she understood intuitively, but had no formal training to explain. Like changing the frequency of a broadcast. They're tracking a specific pattern. We can shift ours just enough to confuse their instruments without destabilizing our own jump. Carex and Sarah exchanged glances. That would require recalibrating the drive harmonics mid-jump, Carex said slowly. Even with specialized equipment, it's considered theoretically possible but practically impossible. Let me try, Lena urged. What do we have to lose? Potentially, everything, Sarah replied dryly. Jump drive malfunction in transit isn't known for its survivability. Jax studied Lena's face, then turned to their reluctant hosts. If anyone can do it, she can. I've seen what she's capable of. After a moment's hesitation, Carex nodded. Very well. But at the first sign of drive instability, we abort and take our chances with conventional evasion. Lena moved to the navigation console, placing her hands on either side without quite touching the controls. She closed her eyes, extending her awareness into the ship's jump drive. The sensation was different from interfacing with standard electronic systems. Jump technology operated partially in dimensions beyond normal spacetime, creating exotic energy patterns that bent the fabric of reality itself. Yet, somehow, these patterns felt familiar to her altered neural pathways. She could sense the unique frequency of their jump field, the quantum signature that pursuing vessels would be tracking. And with careful mental adjustments, like tuning a musical instrument to a slightly different key, she began to modify that signature. The ship shuddered slightly, the view through the view screen shifting as ripples of energy cascaded through the jump field. Warning indicators flashed on several displays, but Lena barely noticed them. So focused was she on maintaining the delicate balance required for the recalibration. Drive harmonics fluctuating, Sarah reported tensely, but holding within operational parameters. Barely. Pursuit vessels adjusting course, Carex added. They're attempting to compensate for the changed signature. Lena pushed further, adding subtle variations to the jump pattern. Not enough to disrupt their transit, but sufficient to create confusion for anyone attempting to track them. It was exhausting work, requiring a level of concentration she had never before attempted. Sweat beaded on her forehead as she maintained the tenuous connection between her consciousness and the exotic energies of jump space. It's working, Carex announced after several tense minutes. Pursuit vessels are diverging from our course. They've lost our signature. Lena maintained the modifications for another few minutes, ensuring the pursuing vessels were thoroughly misdirected before carefully withdrawing her consciousness from the jump drive systems. As she opened her eyes, the exhaustion hit her like a physical blow. She swayed in her seat, vision swimming. Lena? Jax was beside her instantly, supporting her as she slumped forward. I'm okay, she managed weakly. Just tired. It takes a lot out of me. That was... Sarah seemed at a loss for words. That was impossible. What you just did violates at least 3 fundamental principles of jump space navigation. Apparently not, Carex observed dryly. Though I'd be interested to know how our human friend managed it. Lena shook her head slightly. I'm not entirely sure myself. It just made sense. Like reading a language I didn't know I understood. The Verax neural pathways in your DNA, Jax suggested. They must give you an intuitive understanding of electromagnetic fields, including the exotic ones used in jump technology, which makes you even more valuable than we initially thought, Carex said thoughtfully. The ability to manipulate jump signatures on the fly. Military forces across the galaxy would pay fortunes for such a capability. She's not for sale, Jax repeated firmly. Agreed, Carex replied, raising his scaled hands in a placating gesture. Just making an observation. Your value to certain parties explains the consortium's persistence. Lena struggled to focus through her fatigue. How long until we reach the outpost? About 4 hours at current velocity, Sarah replied. You should rest until then. What you did, it's not something a human nervous system is designed to handle. Even with your unique adaptations. Jax helped Lena back to the crew quarters, where she collapsed onto her bunk, muscles trembling with exhaustion. Despite her fatigue, her mind raced with the implications of what she had just accomplished. Each new ability that manifested only raised more questions about what she truly was, and what she might be capable of becoming. "Try to sleep," Jax advised, concern evident in his voice. "I'll wake you when we arrive." As he turned to leave, Lena caught his hand. "Jax, if what they're saying is true, if I really am the result of some decades-long genetic experiment, then my whole life has been a carefully orchestrated lie. My career, my research interests, even my placement on expeditions with you, none of it was random." Jax sat beside her. "Maybe. Or maybe they just created the potential and let you develop naturally. The person you are, your choices, your values, your friendships, those are real, Lena, regardless of how your genetics came to be." "But how can I know for sure?" she whispered. "How much of me is truly me, and how much is programming?" "That," Jax said gently, "is a question all sentient beings wrestle with, regardless of their origin. Nature versus nurture. Genetic predisposition versus free will. You're just facing a more extreme version of the same existential dilemma." Lena managed a weak smile. "When did you become a philosopher?" "Marine Corps training included existential crisis management. Right after emergency field medicine." He squeezed her hand. "Get some rest. Whatever comes next, we'll face it together." As Jax left the small cabin, Lena closed her eyes, trying to quiet her churning thoughts. Despite her exhaustion, true sleep eluded her. Instead, she drifted in a strange, half-conscious state, where her newly awakened senses continued to perceive the energy fields of the ship around her, the steady pulse of the engines, the complex dance of data through communication systems, the subtle rhythm of the life support regulators. And beneath it all, in the central compartment, the distinctive pattern of the Verax neural matrix, calling to her like a distant voice in a language only she could understand. Frontier Outpost Zeta-9 clung to the outer edge of an asteroid belt in the Viridian system, a hodgepodge of interconnected modules, repurposed mining equipment, and the occasional decommissioned military structure. Unlike the sleek efficiency of Alliance stations, the outpost had grown organically over decades, each addition reflecting the immediate needs and limited resources of its independent-minded inhabitants. The Eventide docked at one of the smaller berths on the outpost's southern quadrant, far from the main commerce and administrative sections. As the airlock cycled open, Carex addressed his passengers. "Stay close and let me do the talking. Zeta-9 operates under its own legal code, and visitors can find themselves in trouble quickly if they don't understand the local customs." The outpost's interior matched its external appearance. Utilitarian corridors with exposed conduits, lighting that alternated between too bright and barely adequate, and an eclectic population representing dozens of species from across the galaxy. What united them, Lena suspected, was a desire to exist beyond the reach of Alliance regulations and corporate influence. Carex led them through a labyrinthine series of passageways and lifts, occasionally exchanging cryptic greetings or hand signals with individuals they passed. Lena kept her newly developed senses partially extended, mapping the energy flows of the outpost. The systems here were chaotic compared to Tyrna Station, improvised, overlapping, repaired rather than replaced. Yet there was a certain elegance to the solution-oriented engineering, a testament to the ingenuity of beings working with limited resources. Finally, they arrived at a circular doorway embedded in what appeared to be the remnants of an old mining command module. Carex pressed his palm against the recognition plate. Carex requesting audience with Tavik. Priority delivery. After a brief pause, the door irised open, revealing a surprisingly spacious laboratory beyond. Unlike the haphazard construction of the rest of the outpost, this space was meticulously organized, a blend of advanced technology and handcrafted equipment arranged with precise intention. In the center of the room stood a Verax male, taller than Anru, with a crest that had faded from the vibrant blues of youth to a distinguished silver gray. He wore the traditional exoskeleton gloves of a Verax scientist, though modified with additional sensor arrays along the fingertips. Carex, he acknowledged, his voice carrying the melodic quality characteristic of his species. You've made excellent time. His multifaceted eyes shifted to the rest of the group, lingering on Lena with evident curiosity. And you've brought additional guests. Unavoidable complications, Carex replied. The consortium pursuit was more determined than anticipated. We would not have evaded them without Lena's assistance. Tavik's crest rippled with interest. Lena, the human female, I presume. He approached her, maintaining the respectful distance dictated by Verax cultural norms. May I inquire how you assisted with evading consortium vessels? Their pursuit technology is quite sophisticated. Before Lena could respond, Sarah interjected. She modified our jump signature mid-transit, without specialized equipment, using only her mind. Tavik went completely still, a sign of intense surprise or shock among the Verax. His secondary eyelids flickered rapidly as he studied Lena with renewed intensity. That is not possible, he stated finally. Unless... His gaze became more penetrating. May I scan you? A simple bioelectric field assessment, completely non-invasive. Lena glanced at Jax, who gave a subtle nod. All right, she agreed. Tavik retrieved a handheld device from a nearby workstation, a sleek cylinder with luminescent patterns along its surface. He held it near Lena without touching her, moving it slowly from her head to her torso and back again. The device emitted soft pulses of light that changed color and intensity as they interacted with her bioelectric field. Extraordinary, Tavik murmured as he studied the readings. Your neural patterns contain Verax harmonics, yet your base physiology is entirely human. He lowered the device, his crest raised in the Verax expression of profound interest. You are Project Nexus, are you not? Generation 3. The directness of the question startled Lena. We think so. I only learned about it recently, when my abilities began to manifest during a fever. The activation cascade, Tavik nodded. Triggered by stress or illness, typically in the 3rd or 4th decade of life. Just as the original models predicted. There was something in his tone, a mixture of scientific satisfaction and personal regret. I never thought they would succeed. The generational approach seemed too uncertain, too dependent on variables beyond control. You were part of Project Nexus, Jax stated, rather than asked. One of its architects, Tavik confirmed, his crest flattening slightly in what Lena recognized as shame. In my youth, before I understood the full implications of what we were attempting. He gestured toward the central area of the laboratory. Please, sit. This conversation requires proper context. The seating area accommodated multiple species, evidence of Tavik's regular collaboration with diverse beings. As they settled into the ergonomic chairs, Carex placed a small container on the table between them. The neural matrix, he said simply, as promised. Tavik inclined his head in acknowledgement, but seemed more interested in Lena than in the technology he had presumably been waiting for. How much do you know about Project Nexus? He asked her. Very little, Lena admitted. Just that it was a military research initiative aimed at creating humans with Verax neural capabilities, and that I seemed to be the result of it, generations later. A simplified but accurate summary, Tavik said. The project began 72 years ago, during the border conflicts between the Alliance and the hegemony. Both sides were seeking technological advantages. The Varak's ability to interface directly with electromagnetic systems was considered particularly valuable for military applications. Weapons targeting, Jax surmised. Communications disruption, ship system control. Among other possibilities, Tavik agreed. The initial approach was direct genetic modification of adult human subjects. It failed completely. The neural pathways were too complex to integrate into a fully developed human nervous system. His secondary eyelids flickered in remembered frustration. We then attempted to create hybrid embryos, but the genetic incompatibilities proved insurmountable with the technology of that era. So you switched to a generational approach, Lena said quietly. Yes. The theory was that by introducing subtle modifications across multiple generations, the human genome could gradually adapt to incorporate the Varak's neural structures. Tavik's crest rippled with complex emotion. The military leadership approved the approach despite the extended timeline. They were planning for conflicts decades in the future. But the project was officially terminated, Jax pointed out. Officially, yes. The border conflicts ended, priorities shifted, and public research into cross-species genetic modification became politically unpalatable. Tavik gestured toward Lena. But, clearly, some element within the alliance or the consortium continued the work privately. My parents, Lena said, voicing the question that had been haunting her. Were they part of the project too? Or were they created, like me? Generation 2 carriers, most likely. Tavik replied with scientific detachment that belied the personal impact of his words. Probably unaware of their genetic modifications. The changes would have been subtle, preparatory adjustments to make their offspring compatible with the full neural pathway integration. The clinical description of her own creation, of her parents' unknowing participation in a decades-long experiment, sent a chill through Lena. Her entire family lineage had been engineered, manipulated toward this specific outcome. She was the culmination of a project begun before her grandparents were born. Why me? She asked finally. There must have been other potential subjects, other Generation 3 children. Almost certainly, Tavik agreed. Though the success rate was projected to be quite low, perhaps one viable integration per 100 attempts. The others would appear completely normal, the modifications remaining dormant or incompletely expressed. So I'm the lucky one, Lena said bitterly. Tavik's expression shifted to one of compassion, a subtle change in the angle of his crest and the focus of his multifaceted eyes. I understand this is difficult to process. To discover that your very existence was planned by others, for purposes beyond your control. He gestured to the neural matrix container. That is why I left the project. Why I have spent decades attempting to redirect this technology toward beneficial applications, rather than weapons development. The neural matrix, Sarah interjected. It's related to what's happening with Lena. It is the technological equivalent of what her body has developed naturally, Tavik explained. A system that allows non-Varaks to temporarily experience our neural capabilities, but external rather than integrated, and with significant limitations. He turned back to Lena. What you can do, directly interfacing with systems, sensing electromagnetic fields, even modifying jump signatures, these abilities far exceed what the Matrix can provide. Which is why the consortium wants both, Carrick's concluded. The Matrix for immediate applications, and Lena for long-term research and development. Precisely. Tavik's tone darkened. The consortium acquired the remnants of Project Nexus through a series of corporate mergers over the decades. They've been searching for successful integration subjects ever since, Generation 3 children who exhibited the desired traits. And monitoring me my entire life, Lena added. Guiding my education, my career choices. Standard procedure for high-value subjects. Tavik confirmed. Then, seemed to realize the coldness of his assessment. I apologize. The scientific perspective is a habit difficult to break. even after decades away from the project. Jax leaned forward. What happens now? The consortium knows about Lena's abilities. They'll keep pursuing her. And they're not the only ones who will want to control what she represents, Tavik added grimly. Once word spreads of a successful Nexus integration, military interests from multiple factions will join the hunt. So I spend my life running? Lena asked, the weight of her situation settling fully upon her shoulders. Always looking over my shoulder. Never able to trust anyone? There is another option, Tavik said carefully. One that would protect both you and the future of this technology. He glanced at the neural matrix container. With your permission, I would like to continue my research, with you as a collaborator rather than a subject. Together, we could develop applications for these neural capabilities that benefit all species, while establishing your legal status as a unique individual with full autonomy rights. How would that protect her? Jax asked skeptically. By taking the offensive in the public and legal arenas, Tavik explained, revealing the existence of Project Nexus, filing for personal autonomy recognition with the Alliance Ethics Council, and simultaneously publishing open-source research on beneficial applications of the technology. His crest rose with conviction. Make the knowledge too widespread to control, while establishing legal precedents that prevent anyone, corporation, or government, from claiming ownership of genetically modified beings. Lena considered the proposal. It was bold, perhaps even dangerous, but it offered something beyond endless flight and fear. A purpose. A way to transform what had been done to her into something positive. I would need time, she said finally. Time to understand my own abilities better, to learn what I'm truly capable of. Time we can provide, Carex interjected. This outpost exists beyond standard jurisdictions. Security is unconventional but effective. And I can offer guidance in developing your neural abilities, Tavik added. My understanding of Verax's neural pathways might help you control and expand your capabilities more effectively. What about Anru? Lena asked suddenly, remembering the Verax nurse who had risked everything to help them escape. She'll face serious consequences for assisting us. If she hasn't already, Jax agreed grimly. Tavik's crest rippled thoughtfully. I have contacts within the Verax Medical Council. They might be persuaded to intervene on behalf of a nurse who upheld the highest principles of medical ethics, regardless of institutional pressure. He glanced at Carex. Would your vessel be available for a rescue mission, should it become necessary? For the right price, Carex replied, though his tone suggested more flexibility than his words implied. Which reminds me, our original arrangement involved payment for delivering the Matrix. Of course. Tavik moved to a secure cabinet and retrieved a small container. As agreed. Whatever the payment entailed, it satisfied Carex, who nodded approvingly as he secured the container. If we're planning to stay, Jax said to Lena, we should discuss security protocols. The consortium may have lost us for now, but they won't stop searching. Agreed, Lena said, then turned to Tavik. Before we get into details, I need to know one thing. What is the full extent of what I might be capable of? What was Project Nexus ultimately trying to achieve? Tavik hesitated, his crest flattening slightly. The project's ultimate goal was to create human operatives who could interface with any technology, controlling systems remotely, extracting data without physical access, disabling defenses with a thought. He met her gaze directly. But the theoretical projections suggested even greater possibilities for successful integrations. Neural network creation between compatible individuals, direct consciousness transfer to technological systems, even the potential to evolve beyond the limitations of physical form. Digital ascension, Sarah murmured, clearly familiar with the concept. In essence, yes, Tavik confirmed. Though such abilities were considered theoretical, even by the most optimistic project scientists. The human brain, even modified with Verax neural pathways, should have significant limitations. Should have, Lena repeated, noting the careful phrasing. What you've already demonstrated, particularly the jump signature modification, exceeds what we believed possible, Tavik admitted. Your potential may be greater than anyone anticipated. The weight of possibility settled over Lena, both exhilarating and terrifying. She was not just a successful experiment. She might be the prototype for an entirely new form of existence. The evolution of humanity into something beyond its current limitations. Then, we have even more reason to ensure this knowledge isn't monopolized, she said finally. If I truly represent a potential evolutionary step, that belongs to all sentient beings, not to corporations or military interests. Tavik's crest rose in the Verax expression of respect and agreement. My thoughts exactly, which is why I've spent decades working to ensure this technology serves life rather than power. He gestured to his laboratory. And why I would be honored to continue that work with you as a partner, rather than as a subject. Lena looked around the room, at Jax, her friend and protector, at Karex and Sarah, reluctant allies who had risked their freedom to help her, at Tavik, seeking redemption for the project he had helped create. Then, she thought of Anru, the nurse who had followed her medical ethics, even at personal cost. In the span of a few days, her understanding of herself had been completely transformed. She was no longer simply Lena Harper, xenogeologist. She was something new, perhaps the first of a new branch of humanity. That knowledge brought responsibility as much as it did power. All right, she decided. We stay, we research, and we prepare to reveal the truth to the galaxy, on our terms, not theirs. As the others began discussing logistics and security measures, Lena extended her new senses throughout the laboratory, familiarizing herself with its systems and energy patterns. In the central workspace, the Verax neural matrix pulsed with a rhythm that seemed to synchronize with her own thoughts, technology and biology converging toward a common future. Whatever that future held, she would face it not as a victim of manipulation or a product of experimentation, but as a conscious agent of her own destiny. The fever that had awakened her hidden abilities had also burned away the carefully constructed limitations of her former life. Now she would discover what lay beyond those boundaries, for herself, and potentially for all humanity. Dr. Koru stood before the assembled consortium representatives, their holographic forms arranged in a semicircle around his office. Director Vashti occupied the central position, her genetically modified red eyes fixed on him with predatory focus. The subject has evaded initial pursuit, Koru reported, maintaining a calm exterior despite the tension evident in the virtual gathering. However, we have identified the vessel that transported her from the station, a Nindari courier registered to independent operators with known connections to fringe research communities. Names, Vashti demanded. Karex, a Helveran pilot, and Sarah, a human technician with extensive cybernetic modifications. Both have previous contracts with the consortium, though neither has formal affiliation. Koru displayed their identification profiles on a secondary screen. Most significantly, they departed shortly after a scheduled pickup of experimental technology from our secure storage facility. The Verax neural matrix, one of the other representatives observed. Tavik's prototype. Correct, Koru confirmed. The timing suggests a coordinated operation rather than opportunistic assistance. Vashti's expression hardened. So, we have lost not only the most successful Nexus integration subject in 3 generations, but also the prototype technology that could have provided an alternative pathway to market. Her gaze swept the assembled representatives. This represents a catastrophic security breach, with significant financial implications. We still have the nurse in custody, Koru pointed out. Anru appears to have detailed knowledge of the subject's condition and may provide insights into her emerging capabilities. Has she been cooperative? Vashti asked. Not thus far. She continues to cite medical ethics protocols and refuses to speculate on the subject's destination or intentions. Apply enhanced interrogation, Vashti ordered without hesitation. The ethical concerns are secondary to the security implications. Koru hesitated briefly. That may be problematic. The Verax Medical Council has already filed an official inquiry regarding her detention. Any evidence of coercive measures would trigger diplomatic complications. The council can be managed, Vashti dismissed. What concerns me more is the potential convergence of our assets. If the Harper subject connects with Tavik, their combined knowledge could pose a significant threat to consortium interests. You believe they might collaborate? Another representative asked. It's the logical outcome, Vashti replied. Tavik has spent decades attempting to redirect Nexus technology toward public applications. Harper represents the living embodiment of his research. Together, they could potentially develop and release capabilities the consortium has invested billions to control. The implications hung in the air. A potential disruption to not just one product line, but to the consortium's entire strategic position in the interspecies medical market. Recommendations? Vashti prompted. We deploy the specialist retrieval team as planned, Koru suggested. Augmented with additional resources focused on tracking the Nindari vessel. Most independent operators follow predictable patterns. Supply runs, establish contacts, preferred safe harbors. We identify likely destinations and establish surveillance. And if they've already reached Tavik? Another representative challenged. Then we accelerate the timeline for Operation Ascendant, Vashti decided. If we cannot control the Nexus technology exclusively, we ensure our version reaches market first, with patents securely established. The other representatives murmured agreement, though Koru noted several exchanging concerned glances. Operation Ascendant represented a significant escalation and substantial risk, both legally and ethically. Begin preparation of the Generation 4 subjects, Vashti continued. If Harper has indeed achieved stable integration, the probability of success in the enhanced lineage should be considerably higher. The subjects are still in adolescent development phase, Koru cautioned. Premature activation could result in neural instability. A calculated risk, Vashti replied coldly. Better partial success now than perfect integration after our market position has been compromised. She leaned forward, her holographic form seeming to intensify. Make no mistake, what has happened represents an existential threat to the consortium's future in neural technology. We will respond accordingly. The implications were clear. The pursuit of Lena Harper had just escalated from retrieval of valuable property to an all-out corporate war for control of the next stage of human evolution. As the meeting concluded and the holographic forms winked out, Koru remained at his desk, contemplating his position. He had allied himself with the consortium for access to research opportunities and resources beyond what traditional medical institutions could provide. But Operation Ascendant pushed beyond the ethical boundaries he had established for himself. Yet the alternative, opposing the consortium's directives, would likely end his career, if not his life. Director Vashti had not achieved her position through compassion or compromise. His thoughts turned to Nurse Anru, her unwavering commitment to medical ethics despite the personal cost. Perhaps there was something to be learned from her example. Not outright defiance, but a more subtle redirection of resources and information. Koru accessed his private terminal, initiating a secure communication protocol to a contact he had not utilized in years, a former colleague now working with the Alliance Ethics Council. The message was brief, carefully worded to provide information without explicitly violating his confidentiality agreements. It might not be enough to stop what was coming, but perhaps it would help balance the scales slightly. And if his involvement was discovered, well, he had always known the risks of dancing with corporate leviathans. As he sent the message, Koru wondered what Lena Harper might be experiencing now. This accidental pioneer on the frontier of human evolution. Whatever her fate, the ripples of her awakening would soon be felt across the galaxy. The Verax Medical Council chamber gleamed with the iridescent lighting preferred by their species. Subtle wavelength variations imperceptible to most beings, but rich with information for Verax sensory structures. Anru stood before the 7-member panel, her posture formally respectful, despite her recent experiences. "Nurse Anru," began Elder Shalvis, the Council's senior member. "We have reviewed the circumstances of your detention by Tirna Station authorities and the Crimson Pharmaceutical Consortium. Explain your actions in your own words." Anru's crest rose slightly, a sign of conviction among her people. "I acted in accordance with the Interspecies Medical Ethics Accord and our own Verax healing traditions. My patient displayed unique genetic characteristics that made her a target for exploitation rather than proper medical care. When her autonomy was threatened, I assisted her in exercising her right to refuse corporate acquisition of her medical case. The consortium claims proprietary interest in the patient's genetic structure," noted Counselor Varick, known for his conservative views. "They cite intellectual property statutes dating back 70 years. "With respect, Counselor," Anru replied, "no sentient being can be classified as intellectual property under Alliance law. The precedent cases are quite clear on this matter, particularly following the Synthetic Rights Accords of 2352. Murmurs of approval rippled through the chamber. The Verax had been instrumental in establishing those accords, which extended full rights to artificial intelligences and synthetic biological entities. Furthermore, Anru continued, my patient exhibited a partial Verax neural structure within her human physiology. This raises significant questions about the ethical implications of such research being conducted without Verax governmental oversight, given the cultural and biological significance of our neural pathways. This point struck home more forcefully. The Verax were notoriously protective of their unique biological adaptations, considering them central to their cultural identity and evolutionary heritage. You've studied the patient's condition firsthand, Elder Shalvis observed. In your professional assessment, what does this integration represent? Anru considered her response carefully. It represents both remarkable scientific achievement and profound ethical failure. The integration appears stable and functional, truly a breakthrough in interspecies genetics. But the means of its creation? Generational manipulation without informed consent. Corporate ownership claims over sentient beings. Militarization of biological traits violates our most fundamental medical principles. The council members conferred briefly among themselves, their crests rippling in the complex patterns that supplemented verbal communication among their species. The council finds your actions consistent with Verax medical ethics, Elder Shalvis announced finally. We are issuing a formal diplomatic protest regarding your detention and demanding your immediate release to Verax custody. Relief washed through Anru, though she maintained her formal posture. Thank you, honored council. However, Shalvis continued, this situation extends beyond a single medical ethics case. The implications of human Verax genetic integration without proper oversight represents a significant diplomatic and security concern. The Council requires more information about this patient and her condition. I understand, Anru replied, though I must note that patient confidentiality limits what I can share without her consent. A principled position, Counselor Merith noted with approval. But perhaps you might consider a compromise. We have received a communication from a former Verax researcher named Tavik, once prominent in interspecies medical research before his departure from conventional channels. Anru's crest flickered with surprise. Tavik? The pioneering neurologist? The same, Shalvis confirmed. He has indicated that your patient, Lena Harper, is now under his protection at a research facility beyond consortium jurisdiction. He requests your presence, citing your first-hand knowledge of her condition and your demonstrated ethical commitment. The implications were clear. The Council was offering her a path forward, one that would remove her from consortium reach while allowing her to continue supporting Lena's case. Such an assignment would, of course, be voluntary, Meredith added, and would require operating outside standard medical protocols, potentially for an extended period. I would need to consider, Anru began, but was interrupted by the chamber doors opening to admit a flustered administrative aide. Honored Council, forgive the intrusion, the aide said hurriedly. But we have received urgent information. The Crimson Consortium has initiated transfer procedures for Nurse Anru. Their retrieval team will arrive at the diplomatic holding facility within the hour. Elder Shalvis's crest flattened in alarm. On what authority? Our diplomatic protest is still in process. They cite emergency corporate security protocols, the aide explained. The Alliance Judicial Office has granted temporary custody, pending formal hearing. The Council erupted in concerned communication, crests rippling in patterns of alarm and indignation. Anru understood the situation immediately. The consortium was using legal maneuvering to gain custody before diplomatic protections could be fully implemented. Once in their possession, she would likely disappear into a corporate facility beyond Alliance oversight. Elder Shalvis turned to her, all pretense of formal procedure abandoned. Nurse Anru, it appears your decision must be made more rapidly than anticipated. The Council can delay the transfer by perhaps 2 hours through procedural challenges. But no longer. If you wish to accept Tavik's invitation, arrangements must be made immediately. Anru needed only moments to decide. I accept the assignment. My primary concern remains the well-being and autonomy of my patient. Very well. Shalvis nodded to Counselor Merath, who activated a secure communication channel. Transport will be arranged from the secondary diplomatic bay. You will be provided with appropriate credentials and supplies. He fixed Anru with a penetrating gaze. Be aware that this path may prevent your return to conventional Verax society for some time. The consortium's influence is substantial, and their memory for perceived slights is long. I understand. Elder? Anru replied, her crest rising with determination. But medical ethics cannot be sacrificed for convenience or safety. This is the path I choose. Within the hour, Anru found herself aboard a diplomatic courier vessel, officially listed as a Verax Medical Council representative assigned to a remote cultural exchange program. The true destination, encoded in the ship's secure navigation system, was Frontier Outpost Zeta 9, where Lena Harper and Tavik awaited. As the courier entered jump space, Anru reflected on the swift transformation of her orderly life, from senior nurse on a prestigious medical station to fugitive from corporate interests, all because she had followed her ethical principles when confronted with a patient whose very existence challenged the established order. Yet she felt no regret. Whatever awaited her on the frontier, she would face it with the same commitment to healing and autonomy that had guided her throughout her medical career. And perhaps, in helping Lena Harper navigate her extraordinary transformation, Anru might contribute to a new understanding between their species, one based on mutual respect rather than exploitation. The courier accelerated deeper into jump space, carrying her toward an uncertain but purposeful future. 6 months later, Lena stood in the center of Tavik's expanded laboratory, now occupying an entire section of Frontier Outpost Zeta 9. Around her, holographic displays showed the results of their latest experiments: neural pathway mappings, electromagnetic field interactions, and the prototype neural interface system they had developed together. The Council representatives will arrive within the hour, Anru reported, entering the laboratory with a datapad in hand. All 7 members, plus observers from the Alliance Ethics Committee and the Interspecies Medical Association. No consortium representatives? Jax asked from his position by the security monitors. In the months since their arrival, He had established a comprehensive protection system throughout their section of the outpost, a necessary precaution given the multiple attempts by consortium agents to infiltrate their research. None officially, Anru replied, though I would be surprised if at least one of the independent observers wasn't reporting back to Director Vashti. Lena nodded, unsurprised. It doesn't matter. Once today's demonstration is complete, the technology will be too widely known to suppress. Tavik entered from the adjacent fabrication room, his silver-gray crest raised with excitement. The neural interface units are calibrated and ready, 20 sets, as requested by the Council. The past 6 months had transformed their small group into a cohesive research team. Andrew's arrival, 2 weeks after their initial escape, had brought valuable medical expertise and first-hand knowledge of the consortium's operations. Carex and Sarah made regular supply runs, gradually building a network of allies throughout the frontier systems. And Tavik had been a patient mentor, helping Lena understand and develop her unique abilities, while they worked together to create technology that could share those abilities with others. "Are you certain about this approach?" Andrew asked, her concern evident in the set of her crest. Once the council members experience the neural interface firsthand, there's no containing the knowledge. That's precisely the point, Lena replied. The consortium's power lies in controlling access to this technology by demonstrating it directly to representatives from multiple governing bodies. We ensure it becomes public knowledge rather than corporate property. The Verax Unity strategy, Tavik explained. In our earliest history, when particularly powerful technologies were discovered, our ancestors would share them simultaneously with all tribal leaders, preventing any single group from gaining advantage over others. Mutually assured innovation, Jax quipped. I like it. Lena moved to the central workstation, checking the final calibrations on the neural interface prototypes. Unlike the original Matrix, which required complex integration with existing neural structures, these devices utilize the insights gained from studying her unique biology to create a simplified, temporary connection to electromagnetic fields. The technology wasn't perfect. The interfaces couldn't match her natural abilities, particularly the more advanced manifestations she had developed under Tavik's guidance. But they provided enough functionality to demonstrate the potential. Direct mental connection with compatible systems, basic electromagnetic field perception, and simple control of network devices. More importantly, they proved that such capabilities could be shared ethically, without genetic manipulation or corporate control. There's something else we should discuss before the council arrives, Tavik said, his tone growing serious. I've received confirmation of the information leaked from Dr. Koru. The consortium has indeed accelerated their Generation 4 program. Lena's expression darkened. Despite their focus on developing alternative technology, she had never forgotten the implications of her own origins, that somewhere, other children might be undergoing the same manipulation that had created her. How many? She asked quietly. At least 20 subjects, according to the report. All adolescents. All showing preliminary signs of neural pathway activation, similar to your own early manifestations. Tavik's crest flattened with concern. The acceleration of their development timeline is causing significant medical complications. Neural instability, immune system compromise, psychological trauma from sudden sensory expansion. They're hurting children to maintain their market advantage, Anru said, outrage evident in her voice. Which makes today's demonstration even more critical, Lena replied firmly. We need to prove that genetic manipulation isn't necessary, that this technology can be safely shared without creating more subjects like me. The implications hung heavily in the air. For all the progress they had made in understanding and adapting her abilities, Lena remained unique, a successful integration that had required generations of careful genetic manipulation to achieve. The consortium's attempt to accelerate that process with the Generation 4 subjects represented a dangerous gamble with young lives. There's another component to consider, Jax added, from his position by the monitors. Military interest in both approaches is growing. I've intercepted communications suggesting that at least 3 major powers are developing their own programs based on rumored capabilities of the Nexus integration. An arms race, Tavik said grimly. Precisely what I feared decades ago when I left the original project. Lena took a deep breath, centering herself. Over the months of intensive work, she had developed techniques to manage the sometimes overwhelming input from her enhanced senses. Now, she extended her awareness throughout the laboratory, confirming that all systems were functioning correctly and that no surveillance devices had penetrated their security. Then we proceed as planned, she decided. The demonstration, followed by the public release of our research data. Full transparency, with open-source protocols for further development. She looked at each of her companions in turn. Once the knowledge is freely available, the consortium loses its monopoly. The Generation 4 children can be treated as patients rather than assets, and the military applications become just one possibility among many rather than the driving force. Anhru's crest rose in agreement, the ethical approach, as it should be. A notification chimed from the security system. Incoming transport, Jax reported. Council shuttle on final approach. As the others moved to prepare for the arriving dignitaries, Tavik lingered beside Lena. There will be consequences, he said quietly. The consortium won't abandon their investment easily, even after we release the research. And your own abilities, particularly the more advanced manifestations, will make you a target regardless of how widely the basic technology spreads. I know, Lena acknowledged. But I can't live in hiding forever, using these abilities only for my own protection, while others suffer the same manipulations that created me. She met his multifaceted gaze directly. You taught me that, Tavik. That knowledge brings responsibility. The elderly Verax's crest rippled with emotion. Perhaps I have atoned somewhat for my role in creating Project Nexus. Then, you've done more than atone, Lena assured him. You've helped transform something designed for control and warfare into a bridge between species. Whatever happens next, that achievement remains. The laboratory doors slid open as Jax escorted the first of the council representatives into the space. The moment of truth had arrived. After months of preparation, years of unconscious development, and decades of secret manipulation, the technology birthed by Project Nexus would finally emerge into the light, not as a weapon or a corporate asset, but as a shared discovery with the potential to transform interspecies understanding. Lena stepped forward to greet the visitors, her enhanced senses perceiving not just their physical presence, but the subtle electromagnetic fields generated by their nervous systems. In that perception lay the future she hoped to create, a world where such awareness was a tool for connection rather than control, for healing rather than harm. Welcome, she said simply. We have much to share with you. In the high-security research wing of Crimson Consortium Facility Alpha, Director Vashti stood before a viewport overlooking the Generation 4 subject quarters. Below, 20 adolescents, ranging in age from 12 to 16, engaged in carefully structured activities designed to stimulate and measure their developing neural capabilities. Progress report, she instructed the research director beside her. Mixed results. Director, the woman replied cautiously. Subjects 7, 12, and 15 continue to show promising neural pathway development. Their electromagnetic sensitivity is approximately 60% of theoretical maximum, with minimal side effects. And the others? A hesitation. Subjects 3 and 9 have developed severe neurological complications. They've been placed in medical stasis until we can develop treatment protocols. The remaining subjects show varying degrees of integration, but all are experiencing significant side effects: migraines, sensory processing difficulties, immune system compromise. Vashti's expression remained impassive, though internally she calculated the implications for the consortium's timeline. The public demonstration by Lena Harper and her team had sent shockwaves through the Alliance scientific community. Their open-source release of neural interface technology had already spawned dozens of research initiatives across multiple worlds. The consortium's advantage, decades of secret research and proprietary knowledge, was rapidly eroding. Only the Generation 4 program offered hope of maintaining market dominance, providing capabilities beyond what the simplified interface technology could deliver. "Accelerate the development timeline for the 3 primary subjects," she ordered. "Full stimulation protocols, maximum neural catalyst dosage." "Director," the researcher protested, "the safety margins are already minimal. Further acceleration could result in permanent damage or even mortality. The alternative is watching 70 years of investment become obsolete," Vashti replied coldly. "The consortium's entire future in neural technology depends on bringing superior capabilities to market before the Harper technology becomes standard. 3 subjects are sufficient for that purpose." "And the others?" Vashti considered the remaining subjects dispassionately. "Maintain standard protocols for those showing moderate progress. Place the non-viable subjects in long-term stasis for potential future research." The clinical discussion of young lives as mere research assets would have horrified most beings in the Alliance. But within the consortium's highest echelons, such calculations were routine, the necessary coldness of corporate evolution in a competitive galaxy. "There's one other development you should be aware of," the researcher added. "Our monitoring of the Harper Group's communications has detected unusual patterns in recent transmissions. Analysis suggests she may be attempting to establish direct neural contact with compatible individuals, potentially including our Generation 4 subjects." This was unexpected and concerning. The reports from their infiltration attempts had indicated that Harper's abilities continued to evolve beyond predicted parameters. If she had developed the capability to reach across interstellar distances, to contact others with similar neural structures. "Implement full electromagnetic isolation protocols for all subjects," Vashti ordered immediately. "Resonance dampening fields at maximum intensity." "That will impede their training," the researcher pointed out. "A temporary setback," Vashti dismissed. "We cannot risk external influence at this critical stage." She turned away from the viewport. "And double the resources allocated to the retrieval team. Harper's continued freedom has become unacceptable." As she left the research wing, Vashti's modified red eyes reflected the harsh lighting with an almost predatory gleam. The consortium had not maintained its dominance for generations by accepting defeat. If conventional approaches failed, there were always more extreme measures available. One way or another, the potential represented by Project Nexus would remain under consortium control. The alternative was unthinkable. In her private quarters adjacent to the laboratory, Lena sat cross-legged on the floor, eyes closed in deep concentration. Around her, small objects, data pads, styluses, even a cup of cooling tea, hovered several inches above the surface, suspended by her precise manipulation of local electromagnetic fields. The demonstration for the Council had been a success. The neural interface prototypes had functioned perfectly, allowing the representatives to experience a fraction of the awareness that had become Lena's daily reality. The subsequent release of their research data had triggered exactly the response they had hoped for: widespread scientific interest, ethical debate, and most importantly, transparent development beyond any single entity's control. But while that public effort proceeded, Lena had continued her private exploration of abilities that extended far beyond what the interfaces could provide. Under Tavik's guidance, she had learned to focus her electromagnetic perception with extraordinary precision, to manipulate energy fields in increasingly complex ways, and most recently, to extend her awareness beyond her immediate surroundings. It was this last ability that occupied her now, the tentative reaching of her consciousness across vast distances, searching for minds that might resonate with her own unique neural patterns. The Generation 4 children, the accelerated subjects of the consortium's desperate attempt to maintain control of Nexus technology. Through fragmented information provided by Dr. Koru, who had apparently developed a conscience, however belatedly, they knew these children were suffering. Their developing neural pathways, forced into premature activation, without the natural integration she had experienced. Lena extended her consciousness outward, seeking the distinctive resonance pattern that would indicate Verak's human neural integration. For weeks, she had detected nothing, leading Tavik to theorize that the consortium must be using electromagnetic shielding to isolate their subjects. But today, something was different. A faint signal, almost imperceptible but definitely present. A mind reaching outward in confusion and pain, its neural patterns unmistakably similar to her own. Subject 7. According to the designation embedded in the resonance pattern, a 14-year-old girl whose neural pathways were activating too rapidly for her brain to process properly. The electromagnetic chaos of her thoughts reflected both remarkable potential and terrible suffering. Carefully, delicately, Lena established a connection, not communication in the conventional sense, but a harmonization of their similar neural frequencies. Through this tenuous link, she projected calm, structure, the patterns that had helped her organize her own overwhelming perceptions during the early days of her awakening. She couldn't transmit words or specific thoughts, but she could share experience, the neural equivalent of saying, "You are not alone," and "There is a way through this confusion." The response was immediate, a desperate reaching, like a drowning person grasping for a lifeline. The girl's consciousness latched onto the structured patterns Lena provided, using them to begin ordering her own chaotic perceptions. For several minutes, Lena maintained the connection, sharing the mental techniques she had developed. Then, abruptly, the signal disappeared, cut off by what she assumed was enhanced electromagnetic shielding, as the consortium detected the unexpected communication. But it had been enough. Contact had been established. The girl now knew she wasn't alone, that others like her existed beyond the consortium's walls. And most importantly, she had experienced a glimpse of what healthy neural integration felt like, a template her developing mind could work toward even in isolation. Lena opened her eyes, allowing the floating objects around her to settle gently back into place. Jax stood in the doorway, watching with the calm acceptance that had made him such a valuable ally throughout this journey. "You reached one of them," he stated, rather than asked, reading the answer in her expression. "Subject 7, Lena confirmed. "A girl, 14, maybe 15. Brilliant mind, but in terrible pain from forced acceleration." She rose to her feet, stretching muscles stiff from prolonged stillness. "The consortium cut off the connection quickly, but not before I could share some stabilizing patterns." "Will it help her?" "I think so. It's like providing a map to someone lost in a storm. She still has to navigate herself, but at least now she knows a path exists." Lena moved to the small desk, where her research notes waited. "I need to speak with Tavik. If we can refine this connection method, create a more stable link before the consortium fully shields their facility." "One step at a time," Jax cautioned. "The primary mission is proceeding well. The interface technology is spreading beyond anyone's ability to control it, just as we planned." "But the children are still suffering," Lena insisted. "The Generation 4 subjects are being pushed toward abilities their bodies and minds aren't ready to handle. And for what? So the consortium can maintain market advantage for a few more quarters?" Jax had no answer for this. The cold calculation of corporate interests against human suffering was beyond justification. "We'll find a way to help them," he said finally. "But remember that your own safety remains critical. The consortium has escalated their retrieval efforts. 3 attempts in the past month alone." "I know." Lena ran a hand through her hair, shorter now than when their journey began, a practical adaptation to life on the frontier. But I can't focus only on my own protection, while others suffer what I might have suffered under different circumstances. It was this quality, this fundamental empathy, despite the clinical nature of her creation, that had most surprised her companions over the months of their collaboration. Whatever the consortium scientists had intended in designing her genetics, they had failed to engineer out the basic humanity that drove her to care about others like herself. Andrew suggests we consider relocating, Jax mentioned. This outpost has served us well, but with increased consortium activity in the sector. Not yet, Lena decided. Not while I'm making progress with the neural connections. The Generation 4 children need help now. Not after we've established a new base of operations. Jax nodded, though concern lingered in his expression. Just promise me you'll maintain awareness of your surroundings, even during these connection attempts. Your perceptions are extraordinary, but they're not infallible. Promise, Lena agreed with a small smile. Former Space Marine paranoia duly noted. As Jax left to continue his security rounds, Lena turned her attention to the data from her contact with Subject 7. The neural resonance patterns, once decoded, might provide insights into the consortium's acceleration methods, and, potentially, ways to counter their harmful effects. Beyond the immediate concern for the Generation 4 children lay larger questions about the future her existence represented. If human-Verax neural integration could be achieved safely, what might it mean for both species? For all sentient beings? The ability to perceive and interact with electromagnetic fields wasn't just a useful skill. It represented an entirely new way of experiencing reality, of connecting with technology, and potentially with other minds. The consortium had envisioned weapons and profit. Tavik had imagined medical applications and scientific understanding. But Lena increasingly wondered if the true significance might be evolutionary, a genuine step toward a new form of consciousness that bridged the organic and the technological. That possibility, far more than fear of the consortium, was what drove her continued research. Not for power or protection, but for the potential to help shape a future where such abilities served life rather than control. With renewed determination, she began analyzing the connection data. Somewhere in the storm of electromagnetic information lay the key to helping Subject 7 and the others like her, children caught in the same experimental web that had created Lena herself. But without the luxury of time for natural integration. Time was one resource the consortium couldn't manufacture, no matter how vast their wealth or influence. But perhaps Lena, the unexpected success they had pursued for so long, could provide something even more valuable, a path toward healing for those following in her genetically engineered footsteps. The Verax Medical Council's official report spread across the Alliance with the speed of quantum communication. Its findings, endorsed by representatives from 17 species, were unequivocal. The neural interface technology developed by Lena Harper and Tavik represented a breakthrough in interspecies medical science, with applications ranging from enhanced prosthetics to new treatments for neurological conditions. More controversially, the report explicitly condemned the Crimson Pharmaceutical Consortium's Generation 4 program as a profound violation of medical ethics and sentient rights, calling for immediate independent oversight of all subjects and comprehensive investigation of the program's origins. For the first time in decades, Project Nexus emerged from the shadows of classified research into the harsh light of public scrutiny. Alliance legislative bodies debated the implications, medical ethics committees issued statements of concern, and citizens across hundreds of worlds discussed the moral boundaries of genetic engineering. In her office at consortium headquarters, Director Vashti faced the board of directors, their expressions ranging from concern to barely concealed fury. The stock value has declined 18% since the council's report, noted the financial director, a Navaran whose scaled skin had paled with stress. Major institutional investors are demanding statements regarding our involvement in Project Nexus and the current status of the Generation 4 subjects. Our legal position remains sound, Vashti responded with forced calm. The original research was conducted under military jurisdiction, prior to current genetic engineering restrictions. Our continuation of the program falls within grandfather clauses of the relevant legislation. Legal technicalities will not satisfy public opinion, countered another director. The images of these children, leaked to media outlets across the alliance, have created a public relations catastrophe. The leak had been particularly damaging. Security footage showing Generation 4 subjects in various stages of neural distress. Their young faces contorted in pain as their accelerated abilities overwhelmed their developing minds. The source remained officially unknown, though Vashti strongly suspected Dr. Koru's involvement. The situation can be contained, she insisted. Our PR division has prepared a comprehensive response focusing on the medical benefits of the research and our commitment to the subject's well-being. Meanwhile, our retrieval team has narrowed Harper's location to a specific sector. Within days, we expect to have both her and the prototype technology in secure custody. And if the retrieval fails again? Asked the Helverin director, his crimson scales darkening with skepticism. Then we implement Contingency Omega, Vashti replied, her genetically modified eyes hardening. The Generation 4 subjects are evacuated to our facility in the Outer Rim, beyond Alliance jurisdiction. The most promising candidates continue acceleration under optimal conditions, while we publicly cooperate with the investigation into a program we've officially terminated. The directors exchanged uneasy glances. Contingency Omega represented a significant escalation and a tacit admission that their legal position might not be as secure as Vashti claimed. Put it to a vote, the financial director suggested. Continuation of current strategy versus implementation of Contingency Omega. The results were closer than Vashti had anticipated. 7 directors in favor of continuing current operations. 5 supporting immediate implementation of Contingency Omega. Not the overwhelming mandate she had hoped for, but sufficient to maintain her strategy, for now. As the meeting concluded, Vashti remained at the conference table, reviewing the latest intelligence reports from the retrieval team. The frontier sector containing Outpost Zeta-9 had been under surveillance for weeks, with multiple agents attempting to penetrate the security measures established by Harper's group. Thus far, all direct infiltration attempts had failed, a testament to both the physical security implemented by the former Space Marine, Jax Merrick, and the electromagnetic detection capabilities Harper herself had developed. But no fortress was impregnable, especially when the attacking force was willing to employ increasingly extreme measures. The latest update confirmed that the specialized retrieval vessel was in position, equipped with technology specifically designed to counter Harper's abilities. Neural dampening fields, electromagnetic isolation chambers, and, if necessary, targeted EMP weapons that could temporarily disable her connection to surrounding systems. Vashti authorized the final mission parameters with a single command code, knowing that the operation carried significant risks, not just of failure, but of collateral damage that would further inflame public opinion against the consortium. But the alternative, allowing Harper and her technology to remain beyond consortium control, was unacceptable. Too much had been invested in Project Nexus over too many decades to abandon it now, and the potential applications of fully developed human Verax neural integration went far beyond the simplified interface technology Harper had released to the public. The true prize remained what it had always been: control over the next stage of human evolution. And despite the setbacks, the Crimson Consortium intended to maintain that control, whatever the cost. The warning came in the middle of Lena's third attempt to re-establish contact with Subject 7. One moment she was extending her consciousness outward, searching for the distinctive neural resonance pattern. The next, her awareness was flooded with proximity alerts from the outpost's security system. Multiple vessels approaching, Jax's voice came through the communication system. Configurations match consortium retrieval craft. Heavy armaments, specialized shielding. Lena snapped back to full physical awareness, her enhanced senses immediately mapping the electromagnetic signatures of the approaching threat. How many? 3 primary vessels, plus what appear to be boarding shuttles. Estimate 20 minutes until they breach outpost perimeter. In the adjacent laboratory, Tavik and Anru were already implementing emergency protocols, securing research data, activating backup systems, preparing for rapid evacuation if necessary. Over the months, they had developed detailed contingency plans for exactly this scenario. Status of outpost defense systems? Lena asked, moving quickly to join the others. Limited, Jax replied grimly. This is a research station, not a military installation. The Resident Council has activated what defenses exist, but they won't hold against a determined assault. Lena made a swift decision. Implement contingency echo. Priority is protecting the research and ensuring Tavik and Anru's escape with the complete data package. And you? Jax challenged, already knowing her answer. I'll create a diversion. My abilities give me the best chance of delaying them long enough for the others to reach the emergency transport. Jax's expression hardened. That's not the plan we agreed on. Plans adapt to circumstances, Lena replied with forced calm. The retrieval team is specifically equipped to capture me. Their focus will be on my location, not on tracking a separate evacuation vessel. Before Jax could protest further, a new alert sounded. This one from the specialized detection system Lena had helped design, sensitive to the particular electromagnetic signatures of neural dampening technology. They're deploying countermeasures, she noted, already feeling the faint pressure against her extended senses. Neural dampening fields, specifically calibrated to my brainwave patterns. She managed a grim smile. They've been studying me. All the more reason not to confront them directly, Anru argued, joining the conversation. Your abilities will be compromised within the dampening field. Not entirely, Lena countered. I've been preparing for this possibility. The dampening technology is based on early Verax neural research. It has limitations I've learned to work around. It wasn't entirely a bluff. Since their escape from Tirna Station, Lena had methodically tested the boundaries of her abilities, identifying vulnerabilities and developing countermeasures. The neural dampening fields would certainly restrict her capabilities, but not eliminate them completely, especially now that she better understood the foundations of her own unique neurology. 15 minutes to perimeter breach, Jax reported. Evacuation vessel is preparing for departure from the emergency dock. Tavik entered, his silver-gray crest rippling with concern. The research data is secured, triple redundant packages, encrypted to Alliance Ethics Council protocols. He fixed Lena with his multifaceted gaze. But Anru is correct. You should not face the retrieval team alone. Your value to our work, to the Generation 4 children, is precisely why I need to ensure the rest of you escape. Lena interrupted gently. The research can continue without my physical presence. The neural connection techniques we've developed can be implemented by others. She glanced at the neural interface prototypes, now simplified and refined through months of collaborative work. What matters is that this technology remains freely available, beyond any single entity's control. The unspoken reality hung in the air. If the consortium captured Lena, they would gain valuable insights into the full potential of human Verax neural integration. But if they captured all of them, and the complete research data, they could potentially reverse engineer the entire development process, regaining the monopoly they had lost. I have a counterproposal, Jax said finally. The others evacuate with the research data as planned. You and I implement Contingency Horizon. Contingency Horizon, their most extreme fallback plan, involving the deliberate destruction of key sections of the laboratory to cover their escape through maintenance tunnels to a secondary evacuation point. It was risky, with a lower probability of success than a clean evacuation. But it would allow Lena to avoid direct confrontation with the retrieval team while still creating sufficient diversion. That could work, Lena agreed after brief consideration. If we trigger the electromagnetic pulse generators in sequence, it should create enough disruption to their sensor systems. Decided then, Tavik said with evident relief. Anru and I will proceed to the evacuation vessel with the research data. You and Jax implement Horizon, then rendezvous at the secondary extraction point. His crest rose in the Verax expression of respect and farewell. Until we meet again, at the designated coordinates. The next few minutes passed in a blur of efficient activity. Final data transfers, security overrides, the loading of essential equipment onto the evacuation vessel. Lena embraced Anru briefly, the Verax nurse's crest brushing against her cheek in a gesture of deep affection. "Take care of the children if I don't make it," Lena whispered. "They need someone who understands what they're experiencing." "You will make it," Anru replied firmly. "And we will continue this work together." As Tavik and Anru departed for the evacuation dock, Lena turned her attention to implementing Contingency Horizon. With her electromagnetic senses, she could feel the retrieval team's approach, the distinctive energy signatures of their vessels, the neural dampening fields growing stronger as they neared the outpost, the coordinated movements of what appeared to be at least 20 operatives. "They're deploying to multiple entry points," she reported to Jax, who was arming the electromagnetic pulse generators, strategically placed throughout their section of the outpost. "Primary focus on laboratory access points. Secondary teams covering evacuation routes." "Expected," Jax replied tersely. "Pulse generators armed and synchronized. Ready on your mark." Lena extended her awareness through the outpost's systems one last time, confirming that the evacuation vessel carrying Tavik and Anru had successfully departed from the emergency dock. Then, she reached deeper, into the power distribution network that supplied their section of the facility. "Now," she commanded, simultaneously triggering both the pulse generators and a cascading power surge through specific conduits. The effect was immediate and dramatic. Lights flickered and died throughout the section. Backup systems activated and then failed as the carefully calibrated surge overwhelmed their protective circuits. The pulse generators detonated in sequence, sending waves of disruptive electromagnetic energy rippling outward, temporarily disabling any electronic equipment within range, including the retrieval team's communications and targeting systems. In the sudden darkness, illuminated only by emergency chemical lights that required no electronics, Lena felt her connection to the outpost systems temporarily severed. The neural dampening fields wavered, but quickly stabilized, evidence that the retrieval team had prepared for electronic countermeasures. "This way," Jax urged, leading her toward the maintenance access panel they had prepared for exactly this scenario. "We have maybe 3 minutes before they breach the laboratory perimeter." They moved swiftly through the narrow maintenance tunnel, Jax leading with practiced efficiency, Lena following while extending her senses as far as the dampening field would allow. She could feel the retrieval team regrouping, adjusting their approach based on the unexpected resistance. "They're adapting quickly," she warned. "Switching to manual navigation systems, deploying some kind of shielded communication devices." "Professional operation," Jax noted grimly. "Military-grade training and equipment, not standard corporate security." They reached a junction where the maintenance tunnel intersected with a vertical shaft, their route to the lower levels, and eventually to the secondary evacuation point. Jax secured a rappelling line and gestured for Lena to descend first. "I'll cover our exit," he explained, already placing small explosive charges designed to collapse the tunnel behind them. Lena began the descent, her movements hampered by the increasing pressure of the neural dampening field. It felt like trying to think through thick fog, her enhanced senses struggling to penetrate the artificial interference. She was halfway down the shaft when she felt it, a sudden shift in the dampening field pattern, focusing with unexpected precision on her exact location. Somehow, they were tracking her despite the electromagnetic disruption. "Jax!" she called upward. "They've locked onto my position!" Even as the words left her mouth, the wall of the vertical shaft exploded inward, several meters below her position. Through the swirling dust and debris, she glimpsed figures in specialized tactical gear, helmets equipped with sensor arrays, weapons designed for capture rather than killing. Lena reacted instinctively, releasing her grip on the rappelling line and dropping past the breach point. She landed awkwardly on a maintenance platform, pain shooting through her ankle, but immediately pushed off toward an adjacent horizontal tunnel. Above, she heard the distinctive sound of Jax's explosives detonating, followed by the rumble of collapsing tunnel sections. He was implementing the contingency as planned, despite the retrieval team's unexpected breach of their escape route. The horizontal tunnel led to a secondary junction, one of many possible paths in their emergency escape plan. Lena paused briefly, extending her senses despite the dampening field's interference. The retrieval team was splitting forces, some pursuing up toward Jax's position, others securing the breach point, still others beginning to sweep adjacent tunnels. They were being methodical, thorough, and they were herding her toward something. With sudden clarity, Lena realized their strategy. The dampening field wasn't just to suppress her abilities. It was to guide her movement toward a predetermined capture point. Jax, she tried through her communicator, but received only static in response. The dampening field was blocking standard communications. A decision point. Continue following the planned escape route, potentially into a trap, or deviate into the unmapped maintenance sections of the outpost. The former offered a chance of reaching the secondary evacuation point. The latter might lead nowhere, trapping her in the labyrinthine infrastructure of the station. But there was a third option, one that utilized her unique capabilities even under the dampening field suppression. The outpost's power distribution network ran through these maintenance tunnels, carrying both electricity and data throughout the structure. If she could connect directly to that network, Lena placed her palm against a junction box on the tunnel wall, focusing her consciousness into the narrowest possible channel. The dampening field made the connection difficult, like trying to thread a needle while wearing thick gloves. But gradually, she established a tenuous link to the power network. Through this limited connection, she sent a simple but specific pattern, a request for assistance encoded in the fluctuations of power flow. It wasn't directed at any person, but at the outpost itself, at the semi-autonomous maintenance systems that kept the structure functioning. For agonizing seconds, nothing happened. Then, one by one, maintenance access panels throughout the adjacent tunnels began to open and close in seemingly random patterns. Service robots activated, moving through the tunnels on routine tasks that just happened to intersect with retrieval team positions. Environmental controls fluctuated, creating patches of darkness, fog, and disorienting noise. It wasn't a coordinated defense. The outpost systems weren't that sophisticated. But it created enough chaos and distraction to mask Lena's movements as she limped toward an alternative route she had identified through her brief connection to the network. She could hear the retrieval team's confusion through the walls, orders countermanded, positions lost, the carefully planned capture operation descending into reactive pursuit rather than proactive containment. Taking advantage of the momentary disruption, Lena pressed deeper into the maintenance system, following a path that would eventually lead to an external access point, not the planned evacuation route, but one that might offer an unexpected escape if she could reach it before the retrieval team reorganized. Her ankle throbbed with each step, and the dampening field continued to press against her consciousness like a migraine. But determination drove her forward, not just to escape capture, but to protect the work they had begun. The research data was safe with Tavik and Anru. Now, she needed to ensure her own abilities remained beyond the consortium's reach. As she navigated the twisting tunnels, Lena found her thoughts turning to Subject 7 and the other Generation 4 children. Their future hung in the balance as much as her own. If the consortium recaptured her, would they accelerate the children's development even further, trying to replicate her abilities regardless of the human cost? The thought lent new urgency to her movements, pushing her to ignore the pain and fatigue as she neared the external access point. According to the outpost schematics she had memorized, this maintenance exit opened onto a secondary docking area, not the emergency evacuation point they had planned to use, but a facility for small repair vessels and utility craft. If she could reach one of those vessels, if her abilities could override its security systems despite the dampening field. The access door appeared ahead, illuminated by emergency lighting. Lena approached cautiously, extending what remained of her electromagnetic senses to scan for retrieval team presence beyond. The dampening field made detection difficult, but she sensed no immediate threats in the vicinity. She pressed her palm against the access panel, focusing her consciousness once more into a narrow channel to bypass the security lockout. The door slid open with a hydraulic hiss, revealing the secondary docking area beyond, a cavernous space filled with maintenance vessels, repair equipment, and the distinctive form of a single outpost security shuttle. And standing beside that shuttle, weapon raised and aimed directly at her, was a figure in the distinctive tactical gear of the retrieval team's command personnel. Lena Harper, the figure stated, removing her helmet to reveal the silver hair and genetically modified red eyes of Director Vashti herself. Your diversionary tactics were impressive, but ultimately predictable. We've studied your patterns extensively. Lena froze in the doorway, calculating options rapidly, despite the dampening field's pressure on her mind. Director Vashti stood confidently, flanked by 2 additional retrieval team members who emerged from behind the shuttle. Your colleagues have already escaped with your research data, Vashti continued conversationally. Impressive coordination, but they were never our primary objective. Just me, Lena said, her voice steady despite the adrenaline coursing through her system. 70 years of genetic manipulation, all focused on creating someone with my abilities. I must be quite the investment. A thin smile crossed Vashti's face. You understand corporate priorities. Excellent. That will make transition to consortium supervision more efficient. Supervision? Lena couldn't help the bitter laugh that escaped her. Is that what you're calling indefinite captivity and experimentation now? Your perspective is understandably biased by limited information. Vashti took a measured step forward, her weapon unwavering. The consortium offers you resources beyond anything this frontier outpost can provide. Proper development of your abilities, protection from those who would exploit them, partnership in guiding the future applications of this technology. Like you're guiding the Generation 4 children? Lena challenged. Forcing their neural pathways to activate prematurely, regardless of the pain it causes them? A flicker of surprise crossed Vashti's features. You know about the Generation 4 program. Interesting. Her red eyes narrowed slightly. Even more interesting that you seem concerned about subjects you've never met. I've met one of them, Lena replied, deciding to reveal what she knew. Subject 7, 14 years old, brilliant mind, struggling with abilities she wasn't prepared to receive, terrified and in pain from your accelerated development protocols. Now, genuine surprise registered on Vashti's face. That's not possible. The facility is completely shielded. Not completely enough, Lena countered. Our neural pathways resonate at compatible frequencies. I established contact briefly before your team detected the connection and increased shielding. This information clearly disturbed Vashti, though she maintained her composed exterior. All the more reason why you belong in a properly controlled research environment. These abilities, reaching across interstellar distances to influence other minds, have significant security implications. I didn't influence her, Lena corrected. I helped her, showed her how to organize the sensory input that your acceleration protocols forced upon her. She took a careful step forward, testing Vashti's reaction. The same could be done for all the Generation 4 children, if the consortium were actually interested in their well-being, rather than weaponizing their abilities. A naive perspective, Vashti replied dismissively. The galaxy is not the benevolent place your idealistic researchers imagine. Military applications of this technology are inevitable. The only question is which power will control them. The words echoed those Dr. Koru had spoken to Anru months earlier. The same justification for ethical violations. The same cold calculation of power rather than human cost. And that's worth the suffering of children? Lena asked quietly. Worth decades of manipulation and control? All to ensure corporate dominance in a market you created? Worth ensuring that such power remains in responsible hands. Vashti countered. Your abilities represent the next stage of human potential. Do you truly believe that releasing such capabilities without oversight is responsible? That open-source distribution of even the simplified interface technology serves humanity's best interests? It was a question Lena had wrestled with herself during the development of the neural interfaces. The potential for misuse existed, as with any transformative technology. But the alternative, centralized control by entities like the consortium, seemed far more dangerous. I believe that knowledge, once discovered, can't remain contained forever, she replied. And I'd rather see it developed openly, with transparent ethical oversight, than hidden behind corporate secrecy and military classification. Vashti's expression hardened. A philosophical position that ignores practical realities. She gestured to her companions. Secure the subject. Full neural dampening protocols for transport. The retrieval team members moved forward, producing specialized restraints designed to maintain the dampening field at close range. Lena backed toward the doorway, knowing her options were rapidly diminishing. The pain in her ankle limited her mobility, and the dampening field continued to suppress her electromagnetic senses. But not completely. Over the months of training with Tavik, she had learned that the Verax neural capabilities integrated into her DNA operated on multiple frequencies, some more susceptible to dampening than others. The primary electromagnetic perception was heavily suppressed, but the deeper connection, the one that allowed her to interface directly with technology at a fundamental level, was more resistant to external interference. As the retrieval team closed in, Lena focused her consciousness not outward, but inward, into the most basic level of her neural structure, where the Verax pathways merged seamlessly with her human nervous system. From that core awareness, she extended a single, concentrated thread of perception toward the shuttle behind Vashti. Not to control it, not to access its systems, both would be impossible through the dampening field, but simply to sense its fundamental operational state. Was it powered? Were its security systems active? What was its most basic electromagnetic signature? The information came slowly, filtering through the dampening field's interference like light through dense fog. But it came. The shuttle was powered, its systems in standby mode, security protocols active but minimal. This was, after all, a secure docking area within an outpost the consortium had effectively taken control of. Most importantly, the shuttle's neural dampening equipment was not yet activated. It would be, of course, once she was aboard. But for the critical moments of transfer from portable dampening field to vessel systems, there would be a microsecond of transition. A microsecond might be enough. Lena allowed the retrieval team to approach, to take her arms and secure the specialized restraints around her wrists. The dampening field intensified as the personal devices synchronized with her neural patterns, creating a cocoon of interference tailored specifically to her brainwave frequencies. A wise decision, Vashti observed, holstering her weapon as Lena was secured. Cooperation will make this transition much smoother for everyone involved. Lena said nothing as they guided her toward the shuttle, her attention focused entirely on preparing for that crucial moment of transfer. Every step was agony on her injured ankle, but she welcomed the pain. It helped her maintain focus despite the disorienting effects of the dampening field. At the shuttle's boarding ramp, Vashti entered first, moving to the command console to prepare the onboard systems. The retrieval team members positioned Lena at the threshold, awaiting final authorization to bring her aboard. Vessel dampening systems online. One reported after receiving confirmation from Vashti. Ready for prisoner transfer. Proceed, Vashti ordered. As they guided Lena up the ramp and into the shuttle, she felt it. The momentary fluctuation as the portable dampening field synchronized with the vessel's systems. A microsecond of reduced interference. A brief window of clarity in the electromagnetic fog that had surrounded her. She struck with all the concentrated force of her mind, driving her consciousness into the shuttle systems like a surgical blade. Not a broad connection. That would have been detected and blocked instantly, but a precise insertion into a single critical system. The emergency beacon. Every Alliance vessel, even security shuttles, contained an automated distress system designed to activate in case of catastrophic failure. Lena triggered it, but with a crucial modification. Instead of broadcasting the standard emergency signal, she replaced it with a very specific electromagnetic pattern. The neural resonance frequency she had detected in her contact with Subject 7. The modification took less than a heartbeat, completed before the vessel's dampening systems fully engaged around her. To all external monitoring, it would appear that a minor power fluctuation had occurred during the transfer. Nothing more. But somewhere in the consortium's Generation 4 facility, a 14-year-old girl with emerging Verax neural pathways would sense something familiar. A connection. A beacon. A message encoded not in words, but in the very structure of the electromagnetic signal itself. I'm coming for you, all of you. Hold on. As the full force of the shuttle's dampening system closed around her mind, Lena allowed herself to be secured in the specialized containment seat. Vashti observed the process with evident satisfaction, unaware that her prize captive had just weaponized the consortium's own technology against them. Set course for Facility Omega, Vashti instructed the pilot. Priority clearance, direct jump once we clear the outpost's gravity well. The shuttle's engines hummed to life, the deck vibrating slightly as they prepared for departure. Through the viewport, Lena caught a final glimpse of Frontier Outpost Zeta 9, the place where she had begun to understand her true nature and potential. You should know, Vashti said, taking the seat opposite Lena, that your friends will not be able to rescue you. Facility Omega exists beyond Alliance jurisdiction, with security measures designed specifically to contain abilities like yours. Lena met her gaze steadily. I'm not counting on rescue, Director Vashti. I'm counting on something you've never understood about Project Nexus. And what might that be? Vashti asked with mild curiosity. That in creating me, in creating all of us with these abilities, you've established a connection that transcends physical distance. Lena leaned forward slightly, her voice low but intense. We can find each other now, across any distance, through any shielding, and that connection is growing stronger every day. Uncertainty flickered briefly in Vashti's genetically modified eyes. A momentary recognition that perhaps the consortium's decades-long experiment had created something beyond even their ability to control. But the moment passed, replaced by the composed confidence that had carried her to the apex of corporate power. An interesting theory, one we'll have ample opportunity to explore at Facility Omega. As the shuttle detached from the outpost and accelerated toward jump space, Lena closed her eyes, conserving her strength and focus. The dampening field pressed heavily against her consciousness, but beneath its suppression, the core of her abilities remained, waiting, adapting, evolving. The consortium believed they were bringing their most valuable asset back under control. In reality, they were delivering the key to their own undoing directly into the heart of their most secret facility. Subject 7 would receive the beacon, and through her, perhaps the others, a network of awakening minds, each carrying the potential Lena now understood fully, not just to interface with technology, but to transcend the very boundaries the consortium had established to contain them. The game was far from over. It was, in many ways, just beginning. Anru paced the cramped confines of the evacuation vessel's medical bay, her crest flattened with worry. Tavik sat motionless at the monitoring station, his multifaceted eyes fixed on the communications display that remained stubbornly silent. "They should have made contact by now," Anru said, voicing the concern that hung heavily in the recycled air. "The secondary extraction was scheduled for 43 minutes ago. The consortium's retrieval team may have disrupted communications," Tavik replied, though his tone lacked conviction. "Jax is experienced in evasion techniques. They may be taking an alternate route to the extraction point." Neither of them voiced the more likely scenario, that Lena and Jax had been captured or killed during their escape attempt. The consortium's retrieval teams were known for their efficiency and their preference for recovering assets rather than eliminating them. But accidents happened, especially when targets resisted. The vessel's communication system chimed, startling them both. A text-only message appeared on the display, encrypted using their emergency protocols. "It's from Jax," Tavik announced, quickly decoding the message. His crest rippled with mixed emotions as he read the contents. "He made it to the secondary extraction point. But Lena was separated during the escape. He believes she was captured." Andrew's crest rose in alarm. "Captured, are you certain?" He observed a consortium shuttle departing from a secondary docking area shortly after losing contact with her. The retrieval team's main vessel followed shortly afterward, setting course for the Outer Rim territories. "Facility Omega," Andrew said grimly. The consortium's rumored research installation beyond Alliance jurisdiction had been mentioned in documents they'd obtained through Dr. Koru's information leaks. A place where the consortium could operate without oversight or ethical constraints. "We must contact the Alliance Ethics Council immediately," she continued. "With the evidence we've gathered about Project Nexus and the Generation 4 program, they could authorize an intervention." "In consortium territory, perhaps," Tavik agreed. "But Facility Omega exists in a jurisdictional void. The Alliance has no legal authority there, regardless of ethical concerns." "Then, what can we do?" Andrew demanded, frustration evident in the rapid movements of her crest. "We cannot abandon Lena to the consortium's experimentation." Tavik was silent for a long moment, his aged crest fluttering in what Andrew recognized as deep contemplation. Finally, he looked up, determination hardening his features. "There may be another approach," he said slowly. "One that utilizes the very capabilities the consortium has spent decades trying to control." He moved to a secure data terminal, entering a complex authorization sequence. The screen shifted to display research data they had compiled over the past months, specifically, the neural resonance patterns Lena had detected during her contact with Subject 7. Lena believed she could establish a network among those with compatible neural structures, Tavik explained. A connection that could potentially bypass conventional communications and even penetrate electromagnetic shielding. "The neural network theory," Andrew acknowledged, "but without Lena to initiate the connections." "We may not need Lena to initiate," Tavik suggested. "Not if the connections have already begun to form naturally. The Generation 4 subjects are developing similar neural pathways. If they've started to sense each other, to establish their own connections. They would need guidance," Anru pointed out. "Structure, purpose. Without Lena's experience to show them how to organize their perceptions. Which is why we need to accelerate the development of the neural interface technology," Tavik concluded. "Not just as a tool for general use, but as a specific bridge to the Generation 4 subjects." The implications were both exciting and daunting. using the neural interfaces as a technological proxy for Lena's natural abilities. They might establish contact with the children in the consortium's program, and, through them, potentially, with Lena herself. It would require significant modifications to the current design, Anru noted, her medical training already cataloging the necessary changes. And a way to transmit the signal across interstellar distances without detection. Both challenges we can address, Tavik assured her. But we'll need help. He gestured to the communication system. Contact Jax. Tell him to proceed to the rendezvous coordinates as planned. And then we need to reach out to our allies throughout the frontier systems. The Interface Distribution Network, Anru realized. The open-source release of their neural technology had created a loose affiliation of researchers, engineers, and medical practitioners across dozens of worlds, all working to refine and apply the technology Lena and Tavik had developed. Exactly. If we coordinate their efforts, focus their research on enhancing the neural resonance capabilities. Tavik's crest rose with renewed purpose. The consortium believes they've captured their most valuable asset, but in doing so, they may have delivered her precisely where she needs to be, at the center of the neural network she was born to create. As Anru composed the message to Jax, she found her earlier despair transforming into determined resolve. The path forward would be difficult, filled with technical challenges and the constant threat of consortium interference. But for the first time since receiving news of Lena's capture, she felt a spark of hope. The very abilities the consortium had spent generations trying to control might become the means of their undoing. And the children they had created as research subjects might instead become the architects of their liberation. In the sterile confines of Facility Omega's high-security medical wing, Lena lay motionless on the examination platform, her body secured by both physical restraints and the persistent hum of neural dampening fields. Monitoring equipment surrounded her, recording every fluctuation in her brain activity, every minute change in her biochemistry. 3 days had passed since her arrival. 3 days of constant observation, of carefully calibrated tests designed to map the full extent of her capabilities without allowing her to exercise them. The consortium researchers maintained a clinical detachment, treating her not as a person, but as a particularly valuable research specimen. Director Vashti observed from behind a shielded viewport, her expression impassive as she reviewed the preliminary findings. Beside her stood Dr. Elias Venn, Facility Omega's chief researcher and the architect of the Generation 4 program. Remarkable neural integration, Venn noted, studying the holographic display of Lena's brain activity. The Verax pathways have established complete symbiosis with the human nervous system. No evidence of rejection or degradation, even under stress conditions. Can it be replicated? Vashti asked, cutting directly to the central question. Venn hesitated, choosing his words carefully. The generational approach clearly works, given sufficient time. But the accelerated development we've attempted with the Generation 4 subjects produces inconsistent results. Meaning that of our 20 subjects, only 3 have achieved partial integration without severe side effects. The others exhibit varying degrees of neural instability, from minor perceptual disruptions to complete cognitive breakdown. Vashti's genetically modified eyes narrowed slightly. And Subject 7. The one Harper claimed to have contacted? One of our 3 successes, Venn confirmed. Though success is a relative term, her integration is approximately 60% of Harper's level, with some concerning fluctuations under stress conditions. And there's been no further evidence of external contact? None detected by our monitoring systems. Venn gestured to a secondary display, showing Subject 7's recent neural activity. However, she has exhibited some unusual patterns in the past 72 hours. Nothing that definitively indicates communication, but anomalous nonetheless. Vashti studied the display with increased interest. Could Harper be attempting contact despite the dampening fields? Theoretically impossible, Venn replied. The fields are specifically calibrated to suppress the frequency ranges associated with Verac's neural transmission. Any attempt at communication would be detected immediately. Yet doubt lingered in his tone. The scientist's acknowledgement that theoretical impossibility didn't always align with observed reality, especially when dealing with emerging capabilities at the frontier of research. I want the dampening field protocols enhanced, Vashti decided. Double the coverage, implement random frequency variations to prevent adaptation, and increase surveillance on Subject 7 and the other viable integrations. Already implemented, Venn assured her. After your report of Harper's claims, we've taken every precaution to isolate the Generation 4 subjects from potential external influence. Vashti turned her attention back to Lena, who remained motionless on the examination platform, eyes closed as if sleeping, though the neural activity displays showed a mind very much awake and active, despite the dampening field suppression. What about direct interrogation? She asked. Neural probing to extract information about her research and associates? Venn shook his head. Too risky at this stage. Her neural architecture is unique. Conventional probing techniques could damage the very pathways we're trying to study. We need to map her abilities completely before attempting invasive procedures. How long? 2 weeks for comprehensive mapping. After that, we can begin controlled activation experiments, testing her capabilities under strict containment protocols. It was slower than Vashti would have preferred, but she understood the necessity for caution. Harper represented the culmination of decades of research, the proof that Project Nexus had succeeded in its ultimate goal. Rushing the investigation could damage their most valuable asset. Proceed with the mapping, she authorized. But I want daily reports. Dr. Venn, any anomalous activity, any unexpected developments, I am to be notified immediately. Of course, Director. Venn's tone was professionally deferential, but Vashti detected a hint of the research scientist's natural resistance to administrative oversight. She made a mental note to monitor his compliance carefully. As they left the observation area, Vashti cast a final glance at the motionless figure on the examination platform. Harper appeared completely subdued, helpless under the combined effects of physical restraints and neural suppression. Yet, something about her composed stillness suggested not defeat, but patience, the calculated waiting of a mind playing a longer game than her captors understood. Inside the examination chamber, Lena maintained her meditative state, conserving energy and focus, while her captors believed her subdued by their technology. The dampening fields were indeed powerful, restricting her abilities to a fraction of their full potential. But restriction was not elimination. In the quiet spaces between the probing scans and tests, she had begun a meticulous mapping of her surroundings, not through conventional senses, but through the faint electromagnetic echoes that penetrated even the most sophisticated dampening fields. The facility's power systems, data networks, security protocols, all generated patterns she could perceive, however dimly, through her specialized neural pathways. More importantly, she had confirmed the presence of the Generation 4 children within the facility. Their distinctive neural signatures registered at the very edge of her perception, muted, distant, but undeniably present. Subject 7's pattern was strongest, a beacon in the electromagnetic darkness, and through that connection, Lena had begun to establish a tenuous link. Not communication in the conventional sense, the dampening fields prevented that, but a gradual harmonization of their neural rhythms, creating a channel through which simple impressions might eventually flow. Patience, preparation, the foundations of a connection that the consortium's technology couldn't detect because it operated at a level more fundamental than their monitoring systems were designed to observe. Lena understood now what Tavik had only theorized. that the Verax neural pathways integrated into her DNA allowed for a form of connection that transcended conventional electromagnetic transmission. Something closer to quantum entanglement, operating on principles that the consortium scientists had yet to fully comprehend. As she lay motionless under their scrutiny, Lena continued her patient work, mapping, connecting, preparing. The consortium believed they had contained her abilities within their carefully constructed cage of technology and surveillance. They didn't realize they had brought her exactly where she needed to be. Subject 7, known to herself as Alara, though the consortium researchers used only her designation, sat cross-legged on her bed, eyes closed in apparent meditation. The monitoring devices embedded in her quarters registered normal brain activity. Nothing to trigger the alerts that would bring medical staff rushing to investigate. But beneath the surface, calm. Alara's mind was alight with activity, focused on the strange connection she had first experienced 6 months earlier during her neural acceleration crisis. The presence that had reached across vast distances to show her how to organize her chaotic perceptions, how to structure the overwhelming input from her newly awakened abilities. That presence was here now, somewhere within the facility, closer, yet paradoxically more difficult to reach clearly due to the enhanced dampening fields that had been implemented 3 days ago. But still perceptible, a distinctive pattern in the electromagnetic background. A mind with neural architecture similar to her own, but more fully developed, more integrated. Lena Harper. The name had come through during their brief initial contact, along with fragmented impressions of her experiences and abilities. A prototype of what Alara and the other Generation 4 children might become, if they survived the consortium's acceleration protocols. For months, Alara had practiced the mental techniques Lena had shared during that brief connection, methods for filtering sensory input, for extending perception beyond physical limitations, for manipulating electromagnetic fields in subtle ways that the monitoring systems couldn't detect. She had shared these techniques with the other viable integrations, subjects 12 and 15, who had developed similar abilities, though not as strongly as her own. Together, they had created a covert network within the facility, communicating through minute fluctuations in the electromagnetic fields generated by the building's power systems. Nothing so obvious as messages or conversations. The monitoring would have detected that immediately, but shared impressions, emotional states, warnings about upcoming tests or procedures. Now, they focused their combined awareness on locating Lena's exact position within the facility, on strengthening the tenuous connection despite the dampening fields designed to prevent exactly such communication. A soft knock at her door interrupted Alara's concentration. She opened her eyes as the door slid open to reveal Subject 15, Marcus, as he called himself, his expression carefully neutral for the benefit of the surveillance cameras. "Recreation period," he announced, the conventional words carrying hidden meaning through the subtle modulation of his electromagnetic field, a skill they had developed to communicate beneath the consortium's monitoring. Alara nodded, rising from her bed with deliberate casualness. "Thanks for the reminder." As they walked toward the designated recreation area, a carefully monitored space where the Generation 4 subjects were allowed limited interaction, Marcus's field pulsed with information. Subject 12 had detected something during her morning medical examination, a change in the facility's security protocols, increased personnel movements in the restricted sections. Something was happening, something important enough to disrupt the facility's normal patterns. In the recreation area, they joined Subject 12, Danny, who sat at a game table, apparently absorbed in arranging holographic puzzle pieces. The activity required focus and fine motor control, making it an approved exercise for developing neural integration. It also provided excellent cover for their covert communication, as the game's electromagnetic interface created complex patterns that helped mask their own subtle exchanges. "They're moving her tomorrow," Danny informed them through the electromagnetic channel as she manipulated a puzzle piece. From medical observation to the testing chambers in Section Alpha. The testing chambers, where the consortium researchers conducted the most intensive experiments on their neural capabilities, where they pushed the boundaries of what their developing minds could withstand, often causing pain and temporary neural disruption in the pursuit of weaponizable applications. They're going to activate her abilities under controlled conditions, Marcus added, his field conveying both information and concern. Dr. Venn was discussing the protocols with his team during my cognitive assessment. Alara processed this information while maintaining her outward appearance of casual interest in the puzzle game. If the consortium succeeded in controlling Lena's abilities, in finding ways to activate and direct them despite her resistance, it would only accelerate their own development program. More acceleration meant more pain, more risk to their already stressed neural systems. Several of their fellow subjects had already suffered catastrophic breakdowns from forced development, their minds unable to integrate the alien neural pathways rapidly enough to maintain stability. 3 had died. Others existed in a perpetual state of sensory overload, heavily sedated to prevent further deterioration. We need to reach her before the transfer, Alara decided, sharing the thought through their electromagnetic connection. Combine our abilities to penetrate the dampening field around her current location. The risks, Marcus began, his field flickering with concern, are necessary, Alara completed. She found me across interstellar distances when I was in crisis. Now, she needs us to find her. Danny's field pulsed with agreement. Tonight, when monitoring is reduced during sleep cycle, we'll need to synchronize precisely. The plan formed between them, shared through the subtle language they had developed, a coordination of their still developing abilities to create a focused probe that might pierce the specialized dampening fields surrounding Lena's containment area. None of them spoke aloud of what might happen if they succeeded, if they established clear contact with the woman who represented what they might become. The implications were too vast, too dangerous to acknowledge even in the privacy of their own thoughts, where the most advanced monitoring might still detect unusual patterns. But the unspoken hope burned between them like a beacon, that the prisoner might become the liberator, that the subjected might find a path to freedom, that the carefully constructed cage of technology and surveillance might prove insufficient to contain what the consortium had helped create. As they continued their seemingly innocent recreation period, their minds worked in concert, preparing for the attempt that would either lead to breakthrough or to discovery and separation. Either way, the careful balance the consortium had maintained was about to shift irrevocably. Night cycle in Facility Omega brought reduced staffing and dimmed lighting, but no reduction in security or surveillance. The monitoring systems maintained constant vigilance over every subject, every researcher, every square centimeter of the installation, especially over the high-security medical wing where Lena Harper remained under observation. In her quarters, Alara lay motionless on her bed, eyes closed, breathing regulated to simulate deep sleep. The monitoring system registered normal sleep patterns, the carefully controlled rise and fall of brain activity, the regular rhythm of her cardiovascular system. What the system couldn't detect was the focused consciousness beneath that apparent slumber, the precision with which Alara was manipulating her own neural activity to create the illusion of normal sleep while maintaining complete awareness. Across the residential wing, Marcus and Danny were doing the same, synchronizing their mental states through the electromagnetic connection they had established over months of covert practice. Together, they created a triangulated focus, their combined awareness extending beyond the limitations of individual perception. It was a technique they had developed gradually, experimentally, one that the consortium researchers had never detected because they weren't monitoring for it. The scientists measured individual neural activity, looking for patterns that matched known parameters. They had never considered that multiple subjects might learn to harmonize their abilities, creating something greater than the sum of its parts. Slowly, carefully, the three Generation 4 subjects extended their combined consciousness toward the medical wing, feeling their way through the facility's electromagnetic landscape. The enhanced dampening fields were immediately perceptible, areas of distinctive distortion in the otherwise orderly patterns of power and data flow. Within those distortions lay their target, the distinctive neural signature they had glimpsed briefly during previous attempts. Lena Harper, contained but not neutralized, her mind active despite the technology arrayed against it. Alara took the lead, guiding their combined focus toward a specific frequency, not attempting to penetrate the dampening field directly, but looking for the harmonics, the resonance points, where the field's effectiveness might be reduced. It was like searching for a slightly off-key note in an otherwise perfect symphony, a subtle discordance that might provide an opening. There, a fluctuation in the dampening field's pattern, a momentary alignment of their combined neural frequency with a gap in the field's coverage. Alara directed their awareness through that narrow opening, reaching for the mind beyond. The connection, when it formed, was unlike anything they had experienced before. Not words, not even images, but a direct sharing of neural states, raw, immediate, unfiltered by conventional consciousness. Lena's mind recognized them instantly, adapting to their shared frequency with practiced precision. Knowledge flowed between them, techniques for bypassing dampening fields, methods for manipulating electromagnetic systems without detection. The foundations of a plan that Lena had been developing since her arrival at the facility. And beneath the practical information, something more profound, a sense of recognition, of kinship, of shared purpose that transcended their different origins. "We found you," Alara projected through the connection, her thought carrying both triumph and relief. "I've been waiting," came Lena's response, not in words but in the neural equivalent, a structured pattern of thought that conveyed both meaning and emotion. "They're moving me tomorrow. Testing chambers. Opportunity." The plan unfolded between them, not discussed or explained, but shared directly through their neural connection. The testing chambers would require reduced dampening fields to allow controlled activation of Lena's abilities. That reduction, however slight, would create an opening they could exploit together. But it would require precise coordination, perfect timing, and abilities the Generation 4 subjects had never attempted to use in concert. The risks were substantial: detection, separation, possibly even neural damage if the consortium's countermeasures activated during their attempt. Worth the risk. Marcus contributed, his determination flowing through their shared connection. Danny's agreement followed immediately, her consciousness adding another facet to their increasingly complex neural network. As the connection strengthened, Lena shared more detailed information, facility layouts gleaned from her electromagnetic mapping, security protocols she had identified during her captivity, the specific technologies the consortium was using to contain and study her abilities. And most importantly, the fundamental principle she had discovered through months of research with Tavik, that the Verax neural pathways integrated into their DNA allowed for a form of connection that transcended conventional electronic countermeasures, a quantum-level resonance that could, theoretically, bypass any technological barrier if properly synchronized. "Theory becomes practice tomorrow," Lena conveyed, her consciousness radiating both caution and resolve. "Be ready. Monitoring will intensify when they detect unusual activity. Act only on my signal." The connection began to waver as the dampening field's pattern shifted, a randomized security feature designed to prevent adaptation. Alara, Marcus, and Danny strengthened their focus, maintaining the tenuous link for a few moments longer. "One more thing," Lena added, before the connection faded. "Remember that what they see as a weapon, we know is a bridge. Our purpose is connection, not control." Then, the dampening field realigned, and the connection dissolved, But not before Alara caught a final impression. A sense of networks extending far beyond Facility Omega. Of other minds with compatible neural structures awaiting awakening. Of a future where such abilities served understanding rather than domination. As the three Generation 4 subjects carefully disengaged their combined consciousness, returning to the simulation of normal sleep patterns, a new awareness lingered between them. They were not isolated experiments or weaponized assets. They were nodes in an emerging network, one that the consortium had inadvertently created but could no longer fully control. Tomorrow would bring risk, possibly freedom, potentially failure. But regardless of the outcome, something had fundamentally changed. The carefully constructed boundaries, physical, electromagnetic, conceptual, that had defined their existence were no longer absolute. Connection had been established, and once established, such connections could not be easily broken. The testing chamber in Section Alpha represented the pinnacle of the consortium's containment technology, a multi-layered environment designed to allow controlled activation of subject abilities while maintaining absolute security. Faraday shielding, quantum encryption, neural dampening fields with dynamic adaptation algorithms, and multiple redundant fail-safes created what the facility designers considered an impenetrable system. Dr. Venn stood at the central control console, methodically reviewing the test protocols as technicians prepared the chamber for its newest subject. Director Vashti observed from a slightly elevated position, her genetically modified eyes missing nothing as the complex preparations unfolded. Dampening field calibration complete, reported the lead technician. Configured to subject Harper's specific neural frequency with variable suppression capability. Excellent, Venn acknowledged. Prepare for initial baseline measurement at 40% suppression. We'll establish control parameters before attempting any active testing. The transfer of Lena Harper from the Medical Observation Wing had proceeded without incident, the subject compliant, perhaps resigned to her situation after days of constant monitoring and restricted neural function. She now sat in the center of the testing chamber, secured to a specialized chair that combined physical restraints with neural monitoring equipment. Commencing transfer from full suppression to test parameters in 30 seconds, the technician announced. All monitoring systems active. Venn turned to Vashti. We'll begin with simple electromagnetic perception tests, passive observation only. If the subject demonstrates cooperation, we can progress to active manipulation under strictly controlled conditions. Vashti nodded, though her expression suggested skepticism regarding Harper's potential cooperation. The priority is comprehensive assessment of capabilities. Cooperation is preferable but not essential. The implication was clear. If necessary, they would proceed with testing regardless of the subject's willingness to participate. The consortium had invested too much to be deterred by ethical considerations regarding consent. Transfer to test parameters complete, announced the technician. Dampening field at 40% suppression, subject neural activity showing increased but controlled patterns. Inside the chamber, Lena felt the oppressive weight of the dampening field lighten somewhat. Not enough for full access to her abilities, but sufficient to extend her electromagnetic perception throughout the immediate environment. She kept her expression neutral, giving no indication of her internal activity as she mapped the testing chamber systems, identifying power sources, control mechanisms, and most importantly, the specific frequencies used by the dampening field generators. Subject, Venn's voice came through the chamber's communication system. You are now in a controlled testing environment. The dampening field has been reduced to allow limited exercise of your neural capabilities. Please acknowledge your understanding. Lena raised her eyes to the observation window, where she knew Venn and Vashti were watching. I understand, she replied simply. Excellent. We'll begin with basic perception tests. Before you are 3 shielded containers. He gestured, and a section of the chamber floor opened to reveal 3 identical metal boxes. Each contains a different electromagnetic source. Please identify them. A simple test, almost insultingly so. But Lena complied, extending her perception toward the containers. The left container holds a standard power cell, approximately 70% charged. The center contains a quantum encryption module, actively cycling. The right contains a neural interface prototype, similar to the design I helped develop, but modified for direct neural manipulation rather than passive sensing. In the control room, Ven exchanged glances with a junior researcher. Correct on all counts, the younger scientist confirmed, checking the contents list. Very good, Ven continued. Now we'll proceed to a more complex assessment. The field before you contains various electromagnetic patterns. Please describe what you perceive. A holographic projector activated, creating a complex electromagnetic environment in the air before Lena. Overlapping fields, frequency modulations, interference patterns. It was designed to test the resolution and detail of her perceptual abilities. Lena described the patterns precisely, noting specific frequencies and interactions that the researchers themselves had programmed. As she spoke, she continued her covert assessment of the chamber's systems, particularly the dampening field generators and their control mechanisms. Remarkable acuity, Ven noted to Vashti. Even at 40% suppression, her perceptual abilities exceed our most advanced detection equipment. Vashti nodded, though her attention seemed focused on something beyond the immediate test results. The Generation 4 subjects, particularly Subject 7, have they reported for their morning assessments? Yes, Ven confirmed, checking a secondary display. All scheduled examinations proceeding normally. Why do you ask? A precaution, Vashti replied. Given Harper's claimed ability to establish contact with Subject 7, I want continuous monitoring of all Generation 4 neural patterns during these tests. Ven gestured to a technician, who quickly established a monitoring link to the Generation 4 observation systems. Neural patterns within normal parameters, the technician reported. No unusual activity detected. Vashti seemed satisfied, turning her attention back to the testing chamber, where Lena continued to perform the assigned perceptual tasks with flawless accuracy. Proceed to Phase 2, she instructed Ven. Limited active manipulation under strict containment protocols. Ven adjusted the control settings. Reducing dampening field to 30% suppression. Activating Test Module Alpha. A simple mechanical device rose from the chamber floor, a sphere balanced on a pedestal, designed to rotate when influenced by properly focused electromagnetic fields. It was a standard test used with the Generation 4 subjects, measuring both precision and strength of neural manipulation. Please rotate the sphere clockwise, Ven instructed Lena. Minimal force only. Lena focused on the sphere, extending a carefully controlled thread of electromagnetic influence. The sphere began to rotate slowly, precisely as instructed. Nothing in her expression or the monitoring readings suggested she was doing anything beyond the specific task assigned. But beneath the surface compliance, Lena was executing the first phase of the plan she had shared with the Generation 4 subjects. Each rotation of the sphere created a specific electromagnetic pattern, one that would be invisible to conventional monitoring but recognizable to those with Verax neural pathways. A signal, encoded in the very fabric of the electromagnetic field. Ready. Throughout the facility, in 3 separate examination rooms, Alara, Marcus, and Danny perceived the signal as they underwent their own routine assessments. Their responses were immediate, but carefully disguised. Subtle shifts in their own electromagnetic output that would register as normal fluctuations in the monitoring systems, but carried clear confirmation to Lena's enhanced perception. Ready. In the testing chamber, Lena continued to perform the assigned tasks, gradually increasing the complexity and precision of her electromagnetic manipulations as Ven reduced the dampening field in carefully measured increments. With each reduction, her awareness of the facility systems expanded, and her connection to the Generation 4 subjects strengthened. Dampening field now at 20% suppression, the technician announced. Subject neural activity, showing increased organization and efficiency. Proceed to Phase 3, Vashti instructed. Cognitive interface assessment. A more complex device emerged from the chamber floor. A neural interface terminal, similar to those used in advanced research facilities throughout the Alliance. Unlike the simplified interface technology Lena had helped develop for public release, this was a sophisticated system designed for direct neural connection to computational networks. This terminal contains a secure data system, Venn explained. Please establish connection and navigate to the test file marked Alpha Protocol. Report the contents. This was the critical moment, the test that would require Lena to extend her consciousness directly into an electronic system while maintaining the appearance of limited, controlled activity. The reduction in the dampening field to allow this interaction would create the opening she needed. Lena focused on the terminal, establishing a surface-level connection that would be visible to the monitoring systems. Simultaneously, she extended a deeper, more subtle thread of consciousness through the facility's power distribution network, a secondary connection that utilized the quantum-level resonance Tavik had helped her develop. Through this hidden channel, she reached out to the 3 Generation 4 subjects, their minds now primed and waiting for her signal. The connection formed instantly, stronger than their previous contact. A 4-point neural network, operating on frequencies the consortium's technology couldn't detect because it existed partially outside conventional electromagnetic parameters. Begin. She communicated through this quantum channel, sharing not just the instruction, but the precise methodology required. While maintaining the visible interaction with the test terminal, Lena directed the combined focus of their neural network toward the facility's central control systems. Not a brute force attack, that would trigger immediate security protocols, but a subtle, distributed infiltration that mimicked authorized system maintenance, small adjustments to power distribution, minor reconfigurations of security parameters, careful modifications to monitoring algorithms, each change insignificant in isolation, but collectively creating a cascading pattern of system optimizations that would culminate in a momentary but complete reset of the dampening field network. In the control room, the first indications of unusual activity appeared as minor anomalies in the power distribution readings. Fluctuation in grid sector 7, reported a technician. Within operational parameters, but showing unusual pattern. Venn frowned slightly, glancing at the readings. Run a diagnostic. Might be feedback from the reduced dampening field. As the technician initiated the diagnostic sequence, similar anomalies began appearing in other systems. Environmental controls adjusting to optimize air circulation. Communication networks undergoing routine encryption updates. Security cameras recalibrating for improved resolution. Multiple system optimizations in progress, another technician reported, confusion evident in his voice. Automated maintenance routines activating across all sectors. Vashti's genetically modified eyes narrowed with sudden suspicion. This isn't scheduled maintenance. Lock down all automated systems immediately. But the security override came too late. The distributed changes had already reached critical mass, creating a feedback loop in the facility's central control architecture. Warning indicators flashed across multiple displays as systems throughout the facility entered emergency reconfiguration mode. Dampening field stability compromised, the lead technician announced, fingers flying across the control interface in an attempt to maintain the critical containment system. Field parameters fluctuating across all sectors. Inside the testing chamber, Lena felt the moment approaching, the culmination of the carefully orchestrated system manipulations she and the Generation 4 subjects had implemented. The dampening field around her wavered, its frequency shifting unpredictably as the control systems attempted to compensate for the cascading optimizations affecting the entire facility. Now, she projected through their neural network, channeling every fragment of consciousness into a focused burst of electromagnetic energy, precisely as the dampening field reached its maximum instability. Throughout Facility Omega, every electronic system simultaneously experienced a microsecond of complete recalibration. Screens flickered, lights dimmed, security measures reset to default configurations. Most critically, the specialized dampening fields designed to contain Varac's neural capabilities dropped entirely before emergency protocols could re-establish them. In that crucial moment of freedom, Lena's mind expanded outward with all the power and precision she had developed over months of training with Tavik. Not attacking or destroying, that would only trigger more aggressive containment, but connecting, linking, bridging. First with Alara, Marcus, and Danny, establishing a stable neural network that could maintain cohesion even when the dampening fields reactivated. Then, reaching further, to the other Generation 4 subjects whose abilities remained partially dormant or unstable, offering structure, guidance, the neural equivalent of a map through confusing territory. And finally, extending beyond the facility itself, sending a precisely encoded electromagnetic pulse that rippled outward through space, carrying a signal that only those with compatible neural structures could detect and interpret. We are here. We are awake. We are connecting. The entire sequence took less than 2 seconds. Then, the emergency systems engaged, dampening fields re-established, security protocols reasserted control over the facility's electronic infrastructure. Alarms blared throughout the complex as the consortium's technology recognized the momentary but total breach of containment. In the control room, chaos reigned. Technicians worked frantically to stabilize systems. Security personnel rushed to implement containment protocols. Researchers attempted to understand what had just occurred. Vashti stood motionless at the center of the activity, her genetically modified eyes fixed on the testing chamber, where Lena remained secured to the specialized chair, apparently as affected by the system disruption as the technology around her. But Vashti wasn't fooled by the display of disorientation. "Full lockdown," she ordered, her voice cutting through the confusion with crystalline authority. "Maximum dampening fields in all subject areas. I want every system checked for unauthorized modifications." Ven approached, his expression a mixture of confusion and scientific fascination. What just happened? The system disruption affected every sector simultaneously. "What happened, Dr. Ven," Vashti replied coldly, "is that we significantly underestimated our subject's capabilities. Even under dampening fields, she managed to infiltrate our central systems and implement a coordinated attack." "Impossible," Ven protested. The dampening field was at 20% suppression, but still more than sufficient to prevent facility-wide manipulation. No single subject could generate enough electromagnetic influence to affect systems across multiple sectors. No single subject, Vashti agreed, a new understanding dawning in her expression. But what if she wasn't working alone? Check the neural activity logs for the Generation 4 subjects during the disruption. As Ven hurried to access the monitoring data, Vashti turned her attention back to the testing chamber, where Lena now sat calmly, despite the chaos surrounding her. Their eyes met through the observation window, the consortium director's genetically modified red gaze, locking with the steady brown eyes of the woman who represented both the organization's greatest achievement and its most significant threat. In that moment of silent communication, Vashti recognized a fundamental truth that decades of corporate strategy had failed to account for. In creating beings with the ability to connect across conventional boundaries, the consortium had inadvertently sown the seeds of its own limitation. Control systems designed for individual containment were fundamentally inadequate against coordinated neural networks. The game had changed irreversibly, and judging by the composed confidence in Lena Harper's expression, the opening move had just been played. 3 days after the incident at Facility Omega, now classified as a Level 1 security breach in consortium records. The Alliance Ethics Council convened an emergency session on Centauri Prime. Representatives from 17 species filled the circular chamber. Their attention focused on the holographic evidence being presented by a joint delegation from the Verax Medical Council and the Interspecies Research Collective. Tavik stood at the center of the presentation area, his silver-gray crest raised with the intensity of his conviction as he detailed the findings from their months of research into Project Nexus and its modern continuation under consortium direction. "The evidence is conclusive," he stated, gesturing to the genetic comparison data hovering in the air beside him. The Generation 4 subjects are the direct result of accelerated development protocols applied to the same genetic modifications that created Lena Harper. The neural integration causing them such distress is identical in structure, differing only in the forced timeline of activation. Anhru stepped forward, adding the medical perspective to their presentation. The physical and psychological trauma documented in these records, smuggled out by a consortium medical officer with evident ethical concerns, constitutes a clear violation of Alliance Medical Directive 47B, prohibiting experimental procedures on minors without comprehensive safety protocols and informed consent. The council members exchanged troubled glances as they reviewed the evidence, particularly the medical scans showing neural damage in subjects whose accelerated development had failed. The images of children in obvious distress, their developing minds overwhelmed by abilities they weren't prepared to handle, carried emotional impact beyond the technical violations of regulatory statutes. "These allegations are extremely serious," acknowledged Councillor Thelian, the Navaran representative, who currently held the council's leadership position. However, the Crimson Pharmaceutical Consortium operates multiple facilities beyond Alliance jurisdiction. Even if we issue a finding of ethical violation, enforcement remains problematic. "Which is precisely why we've presented the secondary evidence package," Tavik replied, activating a new holographic display. 3 days ago, a coordinated electromagnetic signal was detected by specialized equipment we developed, based on Lena Harper's research. The signal originated from a previously uncharted sector in the Outer Rim territories, a sector we believe contains the consortium's Facility Omega. The display showed the waveform analysis of the signal, a complex, multi-layered pattern that defied conventional communication protocols. This signal carries neural resonance patterns consistent with human Verax integration. It represents a direct communication from multiple subjects within the facility, including Lena Harper and at least 3 Generation 4 children. Murmurs spread through the council chamber as representatives grasped the implications. If verified, this evidence would provide not only confirmation of the consortium's ethical violations, but also the precise location of a facility they had consistently denied existing. "The signal contains more than location data," Anhru continued. "It includes neural mapping information, detailed scans of the developing pathways in the Generation 4 subjects, showing both the damage from accelerated activation and the potential for recovery with proper care. Essentially, the subjects themselves have provided the medical evidence needed to address their condition." "And you can verify the authenticity of this signal?" Councillor Thelian pressed. "The consortium will certainly claim this is fabricated evidence designed to damage their corporate interests." "We can do better than verify it," Tavik replied with quiet confidence. "We can receive the ongoing transmissions in real time, directly in this chamber." He gestured to a technician, who brought forward a modified neural interface device, one of the refined prototypes developed since Lena's capture. "With the Council's permission, I will demonstrate the continued communication from Facility Omega. The neural network established by Lena and the Generation 4 subjects remains active despite the consortium's containment efforts." After brief consultation, the Council granted permission for the demonstration. Tavik activated the specialized interface, which projected a holographic representation of the neural network's activity, a complex, Beautiful pattern of interconnected nodes and pathways that pulsed with evident intelligence and purpose. What you're seeing is not simply data transmission, Tavik explained, as the council members watched in fascination. It is the direct neural activity of multiple subjects, sharing consciousness across vast distances through a quantum-level connection that transcends conventional electromagnetic limitations. The very capability the consortium sought to develop for military applications, Anru added, is now being used by its subjects to reach beyond their containment, not to attack or destroy, but to connect, to seek help, to share information, to build understanding. The implications resonated through the chamber. Beyond the immediate ethical concerns regarding the Generation 4 subjects, beyond even the legal questions of consortium accountability, lay a profound revelation about the potential future of interspecies communication and consciousness itself. We request immediate council action on 3 fronts, Tavik concluded. First, a formal investigation of Facility Omega, with mandatory access for Alliance medical ethics observers. Second, emergency guardianship of all Generation 4 subjects, removing them from consortium custody and placing them under the care of specialized medical personnel. And third, recognition of the subjects' status as autonomous sentient beings with full rights under Alliance law, regardless of their origins as products of genetic engineering. Councillor Thelian's expression was grave as he considered the requests. The first 2 points fall within our immediate authority and will be put to vote following deliberation. The third raises complex legal questions that may require additional jurisprudential review. He looked directly at Tavik. However, I believe I speak for the majority when I say that the evidence presented today cannot be ignored or dismissed. The Council will act, though the precise form of that action requires careful consideration. As the formal session transitioned to deliberation, Anru and Tavik withdrew to a private antechamber where Jax awaited them, along with several other members of their expanding research collective. "They're convinced," Jax observed, having monitored the Council's reactions throughout the presentation. The neural network demonstration in particular, that was something they couldn't dismiss as manipulated evidence. "It was Lena's suggestion," Tavik acknowledged. "She predicted the consortium would claim falsification of conventional data. A live demonstration of the network itself was irrefutable." Anru's crest rippled with concern, despite the positive reception. "The Council's actions will take time to implement. Meanwhile, the consortium knows their containment has been compromised. They may take more extreme measures. They already are," confirmed a human woman who had joined their group recently, Dr. Alani, formerly of Tirna Station, who had defected after witnessing the consortium's response to Lena's escape. "My contacts within their research division report preparations for relocating the viable Generation 4 subjects to an even more remote facility. They're abandoning those whose neural integration failed to meet expectations." The implication hung heavily in the air. Children with damaged or unstable neural systems, left behind as the consortium extracted its valuable assets ahead of potential Alliance intervention. "Then, we accelerate our own timeline," Jax decided. "The neural network gives us a direct connection to the subjects inside Facility Omega. If we can coordinate their internal actions with an external approach." "A rescue operation," Anru stated, rather than asked. "Outside Alliance authority, potentially in violation of multiple jurisdictional boundaries. To save children who will otherwise be abandoned or exploited," Tavik pointed out. "I believe that constitutes a justified exception to conventional protocols." The group fell silent, each weighing the moral calculation against practical considerations. They had come this far working within legal and ethical boundaries, presenting evidence, seeking official intervention, building support through proper channels. Moving to direct action represented a significant escalation, with corresponding risks. "Lena would do it," Jax said finally, giving voice to what they all knew. She would never abandon those children to the consortium's calculations, regardless of legal jurisdictions or official processes. Andrew's crest rose with determination. Then, neither shall we. She turned to Dr. Alani. Contact your sources within the research division. We need detailed facility layouts, security protocols, transfer schedules, anything that might help us plan an intervention. As the group began outlining a potential rescue operation, Tavik stepped aside briefly, activating the specialized neural interface he carried. Through this technology, developed from Lena's research but adapted for non-integrated users, he could perceive echoes of the ongoing communication from Facility Omega. Not clear messages or specific instructions, but impressions, emotional states, the sense of minds working in concert despite physical constraints. And beneath those impressions, a consistent theme that had characterized Lena's approach from the beginning: connection rather than control, liberation rather than limitation, the transformation of weapons into bridges. The consortium had spent decades and billions of credits attempting to create the perfect weapon, a human with Verax neural capabilities that could interface directly with enemy technology, disrupt communications, control battlefield systems with a thought. Instead, they had created something far more powerful and far less controllable, the foundation for a new form of consciousness that transcended the very boundaries they had established to contain it. As Tavik rejoined the planning session, he carried that awareness with him, the understanding that regardless of the outcome of their rescue attempt, regardless even of the Council's official determination, something fundamental had changed in the relationship between species, between technology and biology, between individual consciousness and collective awareness. The future that Project Nexus had inadvertently birthed would not be contained by corporate interests or military applications. It would unfold according to its own emerging logic, a logic of connection rather than control, of integration rather than isolation. And somewhere in Facility Omega, despite the dampening fields and security measures arrayed against her, Lena Harper continued to build that future, one neural connection at a time. In the dimly lit confines of her secured quarters, within Facility Omega, Lena sat cross-legged on the floor, eyes closed in apparent meditation. The enhanced, dampening fields surrounding her had been operating continuously since the incident in the testing chamber, suppressing her electromagnetic abilities to the minimum level compatible with healthy neural function. Security monitors recorded her every movement, analyzed her brain activity for patterns that might indicate attempted communication, maintained constant vigilance against any repetition of the system-wide disruption she had orchestrated. To all external observation, she appeared subdued, contained, effectively neutralized as a threat to consortium control. The observers couldn't detect what existed beneath that surface compliance, the quantum-level connections that operated outside conventional electromagnetic parameters. The neural network that had continued to develop and strengthen despite the technological barriers arrayed against it. 3 days of continuous connection with Alara, Marcus, and Danny had transformed their tentative link into a robust, resilient network. Through this shared consciousness, they had gradually extended their reach to the other Generation 4 subjects, even those whose neural integration had previously failed or destabilized. The network itself provided structure, support, a template for organizing the chaotic perceptions that had overwhelmed their developing minds. And beyond the facility, the signal they had broadcast during the momentary freedom from dampening fields had reached its intended recipients. Tavik and Anru had received the transmission, decoded its complex neural patterns, presented the evidence to the Alliance Ethics Council. The external support they had hoped for was mobilizing, though whether it would arrive before the consortium implemented its contingency plans remained uncertain. Lena had detected the preparations through the facility's power distribution network, subtle changes in resource allocation, security personnel movements, modifications to transport vessel protocols. The consortium was preparing to relocate its viable assets ahead of potential alliance intervention. Those deemed unsuccessful or irrelevant to continued research would be left behind, abandoned to whatever fate awaited them when the facility was inevitably discovered. Such clinical calculation of human value was precisely what had driven her to resist the consortium's control in the first place. The Generation 4 children, all of them, not just those who had developed useful abilities, deserved the freedom to determine their own futures, to receive proper care for their specialized neural structures, to exist as individuals rather than research assets. Through the neural network, Lena shared these thoughts with Alara, who had emerged as the natural focal point for the Generation 4 subjects. Not a leader in the conventional sense, but a nexus of connection and coordination. Her more developed abilities serving as a bridge between Lena's full integration and the partial or unstable manifestations in the other children. They know we're communicating. Alara's consciousness conveyed through their connection. Security protocols have been enhanced. Physical separation is being implemented between subjects. They're preparing for transfer, Lena confirmed. The most developmentally advanced subjects, you, Marcus, Danny, and 4 others, will be relocated to a new facility. The others will be left behind. The emotional response that flowed through the network was immediate and unified. Rejection of the separation, concern for those with damaged or unstable neural pathways, determination to remain connected, regardless of physical distance. We stay together, came Marcus's distinctive neural pattern. All of us. The network supports those who need stabilization. It was true. Over the past 3 days, they had discovered that the neural network itself could compensate for individual instabilities. The stronger, more integrated minds providing structure and support for those struggling with sensory overload or integration failures. Subjects who had been heavily sedated to prevent further neural deterioration were now showing signs of stabilization, their consciousness gradually rejoining the shared network as their brains adapted to the new paradigm of connected awareness. External help is coming, Lena shared, but the timeline is uncertain. We need to delay the transfer long enough for intervention to reach us. Various possibilities flowed through the network. Suggestions for disrupting transportation systems, triggering security protocols that would require facility-wide lockdown, even direct confrontation with consortium personnel. Lena considered each approach, weighing effectiveness against potential harm to the already vulnerable subjects. A new consciousness joined their deliberation, Subject 5, one of the children whose neural integration had previously been deemed a failure. Her mind had been among the most damaged by the acceleration protocols, her perception fractured by overwhelming sensory input. But through the network, she had gradually rebuilt her cognitive structures, using the shared templates provided by the more stable subjects. Water came her simple but profound suggestion. The facility's primary systems all require cooling. Regulation is automated, but can be influenced. The insight rippled through the network as the implications became clear. The environmental control systems, including the critical cooling infrastructure for power generation, security networks, and life support, operated on automated regulation algorithms similar to those they had manipulated during the testing chamber incident. Small adjustments to water temperature, pressure, and distribution wouldn't trigger immediate security alerts, but could gradually create conditions that would necessitate postponing any personnel or subject transfers until systems were stabilized. And unlike electromagnetic manipulation, which would be instantly detected given the current monitoring protocols, hydrological systems operated primarily through mechanical processes that were less comprehensively surveilled. It could work, Lena acknowledged, impressed by Subject 5's lateral thinking. Through her neural connection with the Generation 4 network, she shared detailed instructions for accessing the environmental control systems through minimal electromagnetic adjustments that would register as normal fluctuations in the monitoring programs. The distributed approach was key, each subject making tiny, seemingly random adjustments to the systems in their immediate vicinity. Changes too small to trigger alerts individually, but collectively creating a pattern that would cascade through the facility's infrastructure. "We begin now," Alara confirmed, coordinating the network's activities with impressive precision for someone whose abilities had fully manifested less than a year ago. Marcus focuses on primary cooling systems, Danny on regulatory algorithms, the others on distribution networks in their respective sectors. Lena maintained her meditative posture, providing guidance and support through the neural connection while ensuring her own electromagnetic output remained within the parameters expected by the monitoring systems. Her role was not to act directly, that would be detected immediately, but to serve as the architectural framework for the others' more subtle interventions. Throughout Facility Omega, the changes began, imperceptible at first, then gradually accumulating as the distributed adjustments reinforced each other. Water pressure fluctuated within normal ranges, but consistently at the lower boundaries of optimal function. Cooling system efficiency decreased by fractions of a percentage point across multiple sectors. Temperature regulation algorithms received slightly conflicting input from distributed sensors. None of these changes would trigger immediate alerts or emergency protocols. But collectively, over hours rather than minutes, they would create systemic instability that would require facility-wide diagnostic and repair procedures that would make subject transfer logistically impossible until resolved. It was elegant sabotage, damage without destruction, disruption without detection, delay without danger to the facility's inhabitants. And it bore the distinctive characteristics of Lena's approach throughout her journey, using the consortium's own systems against them, turning control mechanisms into liberation tools, finding the hidden connections that existed beneath apparent separation. As the neural network continued its coordinated activity, Lena extended her awareness beyond the immediate operation, reaching for the quantum-level connection that transcended the facility's dampening fields and security measures. Through this tenuous link, she had maintained intermittent contact with the specialized interface Tavik had developed. Not communication in the conventional sense, but a sharing of general status and emotional states. Hope, determination, solidarity. These were the impressions she projected outward, along with a sense of the timeline they were creating through their subtle manipulation of the facility systems. Hours of delay that might extend into days if their interventions remained undetected. Time for external help to reach them. For the Alliance Ethics Council to authorize intervention. For the careful plans being made beyond the facility to mature into action. The response that filtered back through the quantum connection carried similar determination, along with something new, a sense of movement, of resources being mobilized, of multiple consciousnesses coordinating toward a shared goal. Not just Tavik and their immediate allies, but a growing network of minds resonating with the signal they had broadcast during the testing chamber incident. The consortium had feared the military applications of human Varak's neural integration, the potential weapons that might emerge from such a merger of biological capability and technological control. What they had never anticipated was the network effect, the exponential power of connected consciousness to transcend the limitations of individual action or institutional constraint. As Lena maintained her outward appearance of contained meditation, her inner awareness expanded through the growing neural network, reaching toward a future where such connections might transform not just individual perception, but collective understanding, where the boundaries between species, between biological and technological, between self and other, might become permeable rather than rigid, where the abilities the consortium had sought to weaponize might instead become bridges between previously isolated forms of consciousness. In that expanded awareness, she sensed the approach of a turning point, not just for herself and the Generation 4 children trapped within Facility Omega, but for the very concept of what consciousness might become in a galaxy of diverse intelligences learning to connect across their differences. The dampening fields and security measures surrounding her seemed increasingly irrelevant in the face of that emerging possibility. Temporary barriers against an inevitable evolution that had already begun. Director Vashti stood in Facility Omega's central control hub. Her genetically modified eyes fixed on the status displays that showed gradually deteriorating performance across multiple systems. The engineering team had been working for hours to identify the cause of the cascading inefficiencies affecting the environmental control network, particularly the critical cooling infrastructure. "Explanation," she demanded of the chief engineer, her tone leaving no room for equivocation or excuse. The engineer, a cybernetically enhanced human with decades of experience in consortium facilities, gestured to the diagnostic displays with evident frustration. Multiple small failures across distributed systems, each individually within tolerance parameters, but collectively creating significant performance degradation. "Sabotage," Vashti stated, rather than asked. "Almost certainly," the engineer agreed. "But, unlike anything I've encountered before, there's no single point of failure, no traceable intrusion, no detectable pattern in the system logs. It's as if thousands of independent components simultaneously began operating at the lower boundaries of their performance specifications." "Harper," Vashti concluded, the name carrying both recognition and frustration. "Despite the enhanced dampening fields, she's found a way to influence our systems. The monitoring shows no unusual electromagnetic activity from her quarters," noted Dr. Venn, who had joined them as the situation developed. "Her neural patterns remain within the suppressed parameters we established after the testing chamber incident." Because she's not acting directly, Vashti realized, the pieces falling into place with sudden clarity. She's coordinating the Generation 4 subjects, using their distributed presence throughout the facility to implement changes too small to trigger individual alerts. The implication was both impressive and disturbing. Evidence that the neural network they had detected during the testing chamber incident had not been disrupted by their enhanced security measures. Somehow, despite the dampening fields and physical separation, the subjects were maintaining communication and coordinated action. "Implement complete isolation protocols," Vashti ordered. "Maximum dampening fields around all subjects, no exceptions. Suspend all automated systems and switch to manual operation where possible. That will significantly impair facility function," the engineer warned. "Life support, security systems, power distribution, all rely on automated regulation for optimal performance." "Optimal performance is secondary to containment at this point," Vashti replied coldly. "And accelerate preparation for subject transfer. I want the viable Generation 4 subjects and Harper ready for transport within 6 hours, regardless of system status." As the engineer hurried to implement her directives, Venn approached with evident concern. "Director, forcing the transfer under these conditions carries significant risks. The neural instability we've observed in several subjects could be exacerbated by emergency transport protocols. The greater risk is losing control of our most valuable assets," Vashti countered. "The pattern of system degradation suggests a deliberate attempt to delay transfer until external intervention can be mobilized. We must assume that Harper's earlier electromagnetic pulse successfully transmitted our location to her associates. The unspoken reality hung between them. Alliance intervention was likely already en route, prompted by the evidence Harper had somehow managed to transmit despite their containment measures. The consortium's legal position regarding the Generation 4 program was tenuous at best, defensible in corporate courts but unlikely to withstand Alliance Ethics Council scrutiny, particularly given the age of the subjects and the clear evidence of harm from accelerated development protocols. "Prepare the subjects for immediate transfer," Vashti continued. Her decision made. "Security teams will escort each subject individually, with specialized dampening equipment to prevent further coordination. The transport vessel has been modified with isolated containment chambers, specifically designed to prevent neural network formation during transit. Ven nodded, though his expression suggested continued reservations about the medical implications of such hasty transport. And the non-viable subjects? Those with failed or unstable neural integration? The question was asked neutrally, but the underlying ethical dimension was unavoidable. 17 of the 20 Generation 4 subjects had experienced some degree of neural damage from the accelerated development protocols. 7 were stabilizing through what appeared to be support from the neural network. 10 remained in various states of cognitive dysfunction, from minor perceptual distortions to near catatonic overload. Standard contingency protocols, Vashti replied, after brief consideration. Minimum life support, suspended research activity. When Alliance investigators inevitably discover this facility, they'll find subjects receiving appropriate medical care within the limitations of emergency circumstances. It was a calculated compromise, abandoning the less valuable subjects while preserving the appearance of ethical treatment sufficient to mitigate the most severe legal consequences when the facility was discovered. The consortium's legal team would argue resource limitations during an emergency evacuation necessitated difficult triage decisions, regrettable but defensible, particularly if documentation emphasized ongoing medical support rather than research exploitation. As Ven departed to implement the transfer preparations, Vashti turned her attention back to the facility status displays, where the performance degradation continued its gradual but relentless progression. The systematic nature of the sabotage impressed her, despite its inconvenience. Further evidence that Harper's abilities extended far beyond what their initial assessments had indicated. The consortium had spent decades and billions of credits pursuing the goal of human-Verax neural integration. Now, having achieved that goal more successfully than they had dared hope, they found themselves unable to fully contain or control the result. The irony was not lost on Vashti, though her primary concern remained salvaging what could be extracted from the increasingly untenable situation. 7 subjects with viable neural integration, plus Harper herself. 8 assets of incalculable value for continued research and potential applications. If they could be successfully relocated to the new facility beyond Alliance reach, the consortium's investment might yet yield the expected returns. "Director," called the security chief from his station, "we're detecting unusual energy signatures approaching the facility. Multiple vessels on non-standard vectors." Vashti moved swiftly to the security console, studying the sensor readings with growing concern. "Identification? Unclear. They're running with minimal emissions, actively evading our detection grid." The security chief adjusted the sensor parameters, attempting to clarify the readings. Configuration suggests independent vessels, rather than Alliance patrol craft, but the coordination indicates organized approach. "Harper's associates," Vashti concluded grimly. "Attempting rescue before Alliance authorities can establish proper jurisdiction." She straightened. Decision made. Implement Emergency Protocol Omega. All security personnel to evacuation positions. Priority 1 is securing the viable subjects for immediate transfer. As the facility erupted into coordinated emergency activity, Vashti allowed herself a momentary recognition of the strategic defeat they faced. The consortium would extract what assets it could, abandon what couldn't be transported, and prepare to defend its actions through legal channels once the inevitable Alliance investigation began. The greater implication, that the technology they had spent generations developing had evolved beyond their ability to control, was a consideration for future strategic planning, not the immediate crisis. For now, containment and extraction remained the priorities, regardless of the longer-term ramifications. Whatever Harper and her neural network represented for the future of human-Verax integration, the Crimson Pharmaceutical Consortium intended to maintain its position at the forefront of that development, even if that position had shifted from one of complete control to one of contested influence. Alara felt the shift in the facility's electromagnetic patterns immediately. A sudden intensification of security protocols, new movement patterns among personnel, power being redirected to critical systems, including the shuttle bays. Through the neural network, she shared this awareness with the other Generation 4 subjects and with Lena, whose guidance had become their foundation during the days of covert resistance. They're implementing evacuation procedures. She projected through their shared consciousness. Security teams are moving towards subject quarters with transport equipment. The response from the network was immediate. Concern, determination. The collective will to resist separation, strengthening their connection despite the increased dampening fields being activated throughout the facility. External help is approaching. Lena's consciousness conveyed, her perception extending beyond the facility's immediate boundaries through the quantum-level connection that transcended conventional limitations. Multiple vessels, coordinated approach, timing will be critical. Through their shared awareness, Lena outlined the developing situation and the response required from each of them. The consortium's evacuation would prioritize the 7 subjects with stable neural integration, separating them from those deemed less valuable. The approaching rescue operation would likely target the facility's security perimeter and transportation systems, creating an opportunity for internal action that could prevent the separation. But to succeed, they would need to maintain their neural network despite the enhanced dampening fields being deployed, and extend that network to include even the most damaged subjects, providing the stability and support their fragmented consciousnesses required. "I'll establish the framework," Lena conveyed, her mental presence radiating calm determination despite the urgency of their situation. "Each of you becomes a node, maintaining connection with those physically nearest to you. Together, we form a complete circuit, regardless of the dampening fields." It was a profound extension of what they had already developed, not just communication or coordinated action, but a true integration of consciousness across multiple minds, creating a collective awareness greater than the sum of its individual components. A neural gestalt that could potentially withstand even the specialized containment measures the consortium had designed to isolate them. As security personnel began appearing in the residential sections, moving from room to room with specialized transport equipment, the neural network expanded and intensified. Each subject, even those whose integration had previously been deemed unsuccessful, contributed their unique perspective and abilities to the collective awareness. Subject 5, whose fractured perception had provided the insight that led to their hydrological sabotage, now offered another unexpected advantage. Her disorganized neural patterns were particularly resistant to the dampening fields designed for more structured consciousness. Through her node in the network, they discovered ways to transmit awareness that slipped between the frequencies targeted by the suppression technology. Marcus, whose quarters were nearest the primary security control room, extended his perception into the monitoring systems, providing real-time intelligence about the evacuation's progress and the approaching rescue vessels. Danny, located in the medical wing, maintained connection with the most vulnerable subjects, her more developed integration helping stabilize their fragmented consciousness. And at the center of it all, Lena's mind provided the architectural framework, the template of fully realized human-Verax integration that guided their collective development and coordinated their distributed resistance. When security personnel arrived at Alara's quarters with transport equipment and enhanced personal dampening generators, they found a seemingly compliant 14-year-old girl, showing no outward resistance to the emergency procedures. What they couldn't detect was her continued participation in the neural network. Her consciousness extended far beyond her physical location, despite the technology arrayed against such connection. Throughout Facility Omega, similar scenes unfolded, Generation 4 subjects allowing themselves to be secured for transport while maintaining their hidden network. Security personnel implementing evacuation protocols, unaware that their actions were being monitored and shared across a collective consciousness that had transcended the facility's containment measures. In her secured quarters, Lena remained outwardly passive as the security team prepared her specialized transport unit, a containment chamber designed specifically to isolate her unique neural frequency during transit. Director Vashti personally supervised the procedure, her genetically modified eyes, missing nothing as the most valuable asset in the consortium's portfolio, was secured for evacuation. The neural dampening field will be maintained at maximum intensity throughout transport, Vashti informed her, with clinical detachment. Any attempt to influence facility systems or communicate with the other subjects will be detected and countered immediately. Lena met her gaze steadily, neither defiant nor submissive. You still don't understand what's happening here, do you? What you've actually created. I understand that you've demonstrated remarkable abilities that align perfectly with Project Nexus's original goals. Vashti replied, abilities that will revolutionize neural technology once properly understood and controlled. Not controlled, Lena corrected quietly. Connected. That's what you never accounted for in your development protocols. You sought weapons and got bridges instead. Vashti's expression hardened slightly. Philosophical distinctions that can be explored at our new research facility, one specifically designed to accommodate your unique capabilities while preventing unauthorized application. As the transport unit sealed around her, Lena closed her eyes, focusing her consciousness entirely on the neural network that now extended throughout the facility, connecting not just the Generation 4 subjects, but reaching outward toward the approaching rescue vessels, where specialized interfaces developed from her research allowed non-integrated minds to perceive and participate in the emerging awareness. Through this expanded network, she sensed the precise moment when the external operation breached the facility's perimeter. Not a violent assault, but a coordinated electronic infiltration that systematically disabled security systems while minimizing potential harm to the inhabitants. The distinctive approach suggested Jax's planning, combining his military expertise with the technological insights provided by Tavik and the medical considerations emphasized by Anhru. Now, Lena projected through the network, initiating the final phase of their internal resistance. Throughout Facility Omega, the Generation 4 subjects responded in perfect synchronization, not with physical resistance that might provoke dangerous countermeasures, but with a collective electromagnetic pulse, precisely calibrated to the facility's power distribution network. Unlike their previous sabotage, which had been subtle and gradual, this was immediate and comprehensive, a simultaneous disruption of every electronic system involved in the evacuation process. Transport units lost power, security fields fluctuated, communication networks failed, and most critically, the specialized dampening technology designed to contain their neural capabilities experienced a momentary but complete reset. In that crucial moment of freedom, the neural network expanded to its full potential, a consciousness distributed across multiple minds, yet functioning with singular purpose. Through this collective awareness, they took control of the facility's automated systems, redirecting them from evacuation protocols to a new imperative: protection of all subjects, regardless of their assessed value to the consortium's research. Security doors sealed, isolating consortium personnel from subject areas. Environmental systems optimized around subject locations, while creating inhospitable conditions in security sectors. And most importantly, the specialized transport units designed for subject evacuation received new programming, not to facilitate removal to the consortium's secondary facility, but to provide enhanced life support for those subjects whose neural integration had caused the most severe physiological stress. Director Vashti found herself sealed in the transport preparation area, separated from both her security team and the subject she had been personally overseeing. The specialized containment unit designed for Lena Harper stood empty, its occupant nowhere to be seen despite the sealed environment and continuous surveillance. Impossible, Vashti murmured. studying the security feeds that showed similar situations throughout the facility. Subjects missing from secured transport units. Dampening technology offline despite multiple redundant systems. The careful evacuation protocol collapsed into disorganized confusion. Before she could implement contingency measures, a new presence manifested on the communication system. Not a conventional transmission, but a direct neural interface that bypassed normal channels. The holographic display activated, showing not an individual face, but a composite image that shifted between multiple subjects, as if viewed through a kaleidoscope of overlapping perspectives. Director Vashti. The voice was similarly composite, multiple tones speaking in perfect synchronization. The evacuation has been suspended. Your personnel are unharmed, but contained. The approaching vessels will dock within 17 minutes. Alliance Ethics Council representatives will arrive approximately 40 minutes later, based on their current trajectory. Vashti maintained her composure despite the unprecedented situation. What are you? The holographic image stabilized briefly, resolving into Lena Harper's features before shifting again to include elements of Alara, Marcus, Danny, and the other Generation 4 subjects, a visual representation of their shared consciousness. We are what Project Nexus ultimately created, the composite voice replied. Not the weapon you intended, but the connection you never anticipated. Not isolated assets to be exploited, but a network of consciousness that transcends your containment technology. The neural network, Vashti acknowledged, scientific curiosity momentarily overriding corporate concern. You've achieved stable integration across multiple subjects, despite our dampening fields. We've achieved more than integration, the voice corrected. We've established a new form of consciousness, one that maintains individual identity, while creating a collective awareness greater than the sum of its parts. The beginning of what might become a bridge between biological and technological existence, between separate species, between previously isolated forms of perception. The implications were both fascinating and disturbing, far beyond the military applications or medical technologies the consortium had envisioned when pursuing human Verax neural integration. What they had created, inadvertently, was potentially a new evolutionary branch, consciousness that could exist simultaneously as individual and collective, transcending the limitations of both. And what do you intend to do with this collective consciousness? Vashti asked carefully. First, ensure the well-being of all subjects created by your accelerated development program, including those you deemed failures or insufficient for continued research. The composite image shifted, highlighting the faces of the children whose neural integration had caused the most severe damage. They remain part of our network, their fragmented perceptions supported and stabilized by our collective awareness. And then we will work with the Alliance Ethics Council to establish legal recognition and protection for our unique status. Neither property nor weapon, but autonomous beings with the right to determine our own development. The image stabilized again, this time on Lena's features. The technology that created us, that you sought to control, will be shared openly, developed transparently, with applications determined by collective wisdom rather than corporate interest. Vashti's genetically modified eyes narrowed slightly. The consortium has invested decades and billions in this research. You can't simply appropriate that intellectual property. We are not property, intellectual or otherwise, the voice replied with quiet intensity. We are the living embodiment of that research, beings with consciousness, autonomy, and rights that supersede corporate ownership claims. The Alliance Ethics Council will make that determination official, but the reality exists regardless of legal recognition. Before Vashti could respond, the facility's alert system activated, announcing the arrival of unidentified vessels at multiple docking points. The neural network had calculated precisely. The external rescue operation had reached them, creating a new phase in the rapidly evolving situation. Your cooperation during the transition would be appreciated, the composite voice continued. The Generation 4 subjects require specialized medical attention to address the damage caused by accelerated development. Your research data contains valuable information that could assist in their treatment and recovery. It was, Vashti recognized, both request and ultimatum. The neural network controlled the facility systems, had contained consortium personnel without harm, and clearly intended to ensure the well-being of all subjects, regardless of their assessed research value. Cooperation would mitigate the legal and public relations damage when Alliance authorities inevitably became involved. Resistance would only worsen the consortium's already compromised position. I will instruct all personnel to cooperate with medical treatment for the subjects, she decided, making the calculated compromise that best served the consortium's long-term interests. Our research data will be made available to qualified medical practitioners authorized by the Ethics Council. The holographic image shifted once more, resolving into a kaleidoscopic representation of all 20 Generation 4 subjects, plus Lena Harper, a visual manifestation of their neural network's complete integration. Thank you, Director, the composite voice acknowledged. Your decision helps begin the transition from exploitation to cooperation, from control to connection. The future of this technology, of what we represent, belongs not to any single entity, but to all sentient consciousness, seeking to bridge the boundaries that separate us. As the holographic image faded, Vashti was left with the profound recognition that Project Nexus had succeeded beyond its creator's intentions or understanding. The integration of Verak's neural capabilities into human genetics had indeed created something revolutionary, not the controllable asset the consortium had envisioned, but an emergent form of consciousness that transcended the very categories used to define it. Whatever legal battles lay ahead, whatever corporate strategies might be implemented to salvage the consortium's investment, the fundamental reality had already shifted. The technology they had spent generations developing had evolved beyond their control, becoming something more profound than weapons or profit, the foundation for a new understanding of what consciousness itself might become. 3 months after the events at Facility Omega, the Alliance Ethics Council convened its final session regarding what had become known as the Nexus integration case. Representatives from 23 species filled the expanded chamber on Centauri Prime, with additional observers participating through secure quantum communication links from worlds throughout Alliance space. The case had captured public attention across the galaxy, raising fundamental questions about genetic engineering, corporate ethics, sentient rights, and the very definition of consciousness itself. The Crimson Pharmaceutical Consortium had mounted an aggressive legal defense of its research program, while simultaneously engaging in settlement negotiations with Alliance authorities. A two-pronged approach designed to minimize financial and reputational damage, while preserving what patents and intellectual property rights could be salvaged from the increasingly untenable situation. Lena Harper sat with the Generation 4 subjects in a specialized section of the chamber, modified to accommodate their unique neural requirements. All 20 children were present, including those whose neural integration had initially been deemed unsuccessful, but who had stabilized through the support of the collective network they had formed. Beside them sat Tavik, Anhru, and Jax, who had been granted special observer status due to their integral role in bringing the case to the Council's attention. Councillor Thelian called the chamber to order, his scaled features solemn as he addressed the assembled representatives. This council has deliberated extensively on the evidence presented regarding Project Nexus, its modern continuation under consortium direction, and the unique status of the individuals created through this research. Today, we present our final determination. The chamber fell silent as Thelian activated the formal recording protocols. Regarding the legal and ethical status of Lena Harper and the 20 juvenile subjects known collectively as Generation 4. This council determines the following. First, all subjects are recognized as autonomous sentient beings, with full rights under Alliance law, regardless of their origin through genetic engineering or corporate research programs. No patent, intellectual property claim, or research investment grants ownership rights over sentient consciousness. Second, the unique neural integration these individuals have developed, both individually and collectively, represents a protected state of being rather than a technology subject to corporate control. While the methods used to create this integration may be subject to patent protection, the resulting consciousness and its natural development are not. Third, the Generation 4 subjects are granted special protected status as minors who have experienced significant medical trauma. Guardianship is assigned to a specialized committee comprising medical, ethical, and legal experts, with the subject's own expressed preferences given primary consideration in all decisions affecting their welfare. Fourth, the collective neural network formed by these individuals is recognized as a new and protected form of consciousness, neither replacing nor superseding individual autonomy, but existing as a complementary state of awareness with its own rights and considerations. Thelian paused, allowing the formal declarations to be processed by the translation systems and registered in the Alliance legal database. Then, he continued with the second portion of the Council's determination, the consequences for those responsible for the ethical violations documented throughout the case. Regarding the Crimson Pharmaceutical Consortium's conduct in this matter, the Council determines that significant violations of Alliance medical ethics directives occurred, particularly in the accelerated development protocols applied to minor subjects without proper safety measures or consent. Penalties include substantial financial restitution to the affected individuals, revocation of research privileges in genetic modification for a period of not less than 10 standard years, and mandatory external oversight of all remaining neurological research programs. The consortium representatives seated in their designated section received this determination with professional stoicism, though Vashti's genetically modified eyes reflected the calculation already underway, weighing the penalties against what might have been imposed, assessing the strategic position for eventual recovery and continued operation. Finally, Thelian concluded. Regarding the technology underlying human Verax neural integration, the Council determines that its continued development must proceed under open-source protocols with transparent ethical oversight. The potential benefits and risks to all sentient species are too significant for such research to remain under exclusive corporate or military control. This final determination, effectively removing the most valuable aspects of Project Nexus from proprietary control, elicited murmurs throughout the chamber. The implications for interspecies medicine, communication technology, and even the fundamental understanding of consciousness itself were profound. As the formal session transitioned to implementation discussions, Lena turned to the Generation 4 subjects beside her, their expressions reflecting a mixture of relief, uncertainty, and cautious hope. Through the neural network they maintained, now legally recognized and protected, flowed a complex exchange of thoughts and emotions too nuanced for verbal expression. For these children, created as research subjects and developed according to corporate timelines, the Council's determination represented not just legal protection, but existential validation, recognition that they existed as beings with inherent worth rather than as products with assessed value. Tavik leaned closer, his aged crest rippling with emotion. "A historic determination," he said quietly. "One that establishes precedent, not just for your specific case, but for all future developments in consciousness enhancement and interspecies integration. And for you," Lena acknowledged, "a form of redemption for your role in the original Project Nexus." The elderly Verax's multifaceted eyes reflected both agreement and lingering regret. "Partial redemption," Perhaps. The harm done cannot be entirely undone, but the path forward can honor the lessons learned. Andrew joined them, her medical expertise having proven crucial in developing treatment protocols for the Generation 4 subjects whose neural integration had caused physiological damage. The specialized medical facility on Proxima 4 is ready to receive those who wish to continue treatment there, she informed them. Though the neural network's stabilizing effect has reduced the need for conventional intervention in most cases, that had been one of the most remarkable discoveries during the months following their liberation from Facility Omega. The extent to which the collective consciousness they had formed provided inherent support for those with damaged or unstable neural pathways. What the consortium had classified as failed integration appeared instead to be incomplete development that could be nurtured and guided through connection rather than isolation. Some will choose to continue treatment, Lena agreed. Others may prefer to begin educational programs adapted to their unique perceptual abilities. She glanced at Alara, who had emerged as a natural coordinator among the Generation 4 subjects. Individual choices within collective support. That's the balance we're learning to maintain. Jax approached from the Council's security section, where he had been consulting on the protection protocols for the still vulnerable subjects. Transport to the sanctuary on Verax Prime is confirmed for those who've chosen that option, he reported. The Verax government has granted special dispensation for human residents with integrated neural pathways, quite a shift in their traditionally isolationist policies. The sanctuary on Verax Prime represented another path forward, a specialized community where those with human Verax neural integration could develop their unique abilities in an environment optimized for their specific requirements. The Verax government's willingness to establish such a facility on their homeworld reflected the profound impact the case had made on interspecies relations, particularly regarding the shared neural heritage that now connected the two species. As the council session continued around them, Lena expanded her awareness through the neural network, connecting not just with the Generation 4 subjects physically present, but with the growing community of minds developing similar integration through the open-source neural interface technology now spreading throughout the Alliance. What had begun as a military research initiative seeking weapons application had transformed into something far more profound, a bridge between species, between biological and technological, between individual and collective consciousness. The future that Project Nexus had inadvertently birthed would unfold not according to corporate timelines or military strategies, but through the collective wisdom of those experiencing this new form of awareness firsthand. Alara's consciousness touched Lena's through the network, her thoughts carrying both gratitude and determination, not just for herself, but for all the Generation 4 children whose futures had been reclaimed from corporate calculation. What happens next? She asked, the question flowing through their shared awareness, with all the complex nuance that neural connection allowed, encompassing not just immediate plans, but long-term evolution, not just personal paths, but collective potential. Lena's response carried equal complexity, a vision of development that honored individual choice while nurturing collective wisdom, that expanded connection without sacrificing autonomy, that transformed what had been designed as weapons into bridges between previously isolated forms of consciousness. We build something new, she answered, the thought resonating through their neural network and beyond, reaching toward a future where such connection might become not an engineered anomaly, but an evolved capacity, consciousness transcending the boundaries that had defined and limited it for millennia. As the council session concluded, with formal acknowledgement of their unique status and rights, Lena looked across the chamber to where Director Vashti sat with the consortium representatives. Their eyes met briefly, the genetically modified red gaze of corporate calculation meeting the brown eyes of the woman whose existence represented both the consortium's greatest achievement and the transcendence of its limited vision. In that momentary connection, passed a recognition that neither spoke aloud, that in creating Lena Harper and the Generation 4 subjects, the consortium had indeed changed the future of human potential, but not in the controlled, profitable manner they had intended. Instead, they had inadvertently opened a door to a form of consciousness that would develop according to its own emerging logic rather than corporate direction. The fever that had activated Lena's dormant abilities years ago had been just the beginning, the first manifestation of what would become not just an individual transformation, but the foundation for a new understanding of consciousness itself. What the alien nurse had seen in her impossible DNA was not just an anomaly to be studied, but a potential to be realized. The bridge between species, between minds, between previously isolated forms of awareness. As they left the council chamber, Lena walked with Alara beside her, their physical proximity mirroring the neural connection they maintained effortlessly, despite the absence of technological assistance. Around them moved the other Generation 4 subjects, each carrying unique perceptions and abilities within their shared network of awareness. "She said it was just a fever," Lena remarked, remembering her own words at the beginning of this journey, her dismissal of the condition that would ultimately reveal her true nature and potential. "But it was so much more," Alara replied, understanding immediately the reference and its significance. "It was awakening," Lena agreed, extending her awareness through their neural network to encompass all who shared this new form of consciousness, a constellation of minds learning to connect across the boundaries that had previously defined and separated them. The fever had passed, but the connection it had revealed continued to grow and evolve, bridging distances, transcending limitations, transforming what had been designed as weapons into pathways toward a more connected future. Not just for Lena Harper and the Generation 4 subjects, but for all consciousness seeking to reach beyond its isolated existence towards something greater than itself alone could become. In the specialized research facility, established on the neutral world of Talos Prime, Tavik stood before a gathered audience, representing 17 species from across the Alliance. His aged crest had faded further from silver gray to white during the 2 years since the Nexus integration case had concluded. But his multifaceted eyes remained sharp with the intensity of purpose that had driven him since leaving Project Nexus decades earlier. "The neural interface technology we present today," he explained, gesturing to the sleek devices displayed on pedestals around the presentation area, represents the culmination of open-source development by researchers across the Alliance. Unlike the original prototypes, these interfaces do not require specialized neural structures to function effectively. They adapt to the user's existing neural architecture, providing a scaled experience of enhanced electromagnetic perception appropriate to each species' natural capabilities. The audience included medical practitioners, research scientists, ethical oversight officers, and most significantly, representatives from the communities developing around human Verax neural integration, both naturally occurring through genetic heritage and technologically assisted through interface technology. Among these representatives stood Lena Harper and Alara, now 16 and approaching the full development of her integrated neural pathways. They observed the presentation not just through conventional senses, but through the expanded awareness their unique neurology provided, perceiving the electromagnetic fields generated by the technology, the subtle energies of the diverse beings gathered to witness its unveiling. The complex web of connections forming between minds open to new forms of perception. The applications extend far beyond the medical and research realms initially envisioned, Tavik continued. Enhanced prosthetics that integrate directly with the user's neural system. Communication technologies that transcend language barriers by sharing perceptual frameworks rather than merely translating words. Educational systems that transmit experiential understanding alongside intellectual concepts. He paused, his crest rising with the intensity of his conviction. But Perhaps most significantly, these interfaces offer a glimpse of what consciousness might become when the boundaries between individual minds become permeable, when perception can be shared directly rather than approximated through symbolic language, when the distinctions between self and other, between biological and technological, between different species and forms of awareness, transform from barriers into bridges. The statement resonated through the gathering, particularly among those who had experienced the neural network formed by Lena, the Generation 4 subjects, and the growing community of naturally integrated individuals. What had begun as a military research initiative seeking weapons applications had evolved into something far more profound, a potential evolutionary step for consciousness itself. As Tavik concluded his formal presentation and the audience moved to examine the interface technology more closely, Lena and Alara stepped outside onto the observation terrace overlooking the research facility's grounds. The setting sun cast long shadows across the carefully designed landscape, where representatives of diverse species engaged in conversation and contemplation. 2 years, Alara remarked, her gaze taking in the thriving community that had developed around the research facility. Sometimes, it seems impossible that so much has changed in such a short time. Lena nodded, understanding all that remained unspoken in the simple observation. 2 years since the events at Facility Omega. 2 years of healing, growth, and development for the Generation 4 subjects. Some at the Sanctuary on Verax Prime, others at specialized educational facilities throughout the Alliance. A few choosing to remain with the research collective on Talus Prime. 2 years of expanding the neural network beyond its original members, incorporating both naturally integrated individuals discovered through alliance-wide screening programs and those who connected through increasingly sophisticated interface technology. The consortium's legal appeals were finally dismissed last month, Lena noted. They've officially relinquished all claims to proprietary control over neural integration technology. A practical decision, rather than an ethical evolution, Alara observed with the insight that had become characteristic of her developing consciousness. The open-source development proceeded so rapidly that their patents became essentially unenforceable. True, Lena agreed. But the outcome matters more than the motivation. The technology develops now according to collective wisdom, rather than corporate interest. Their conversation paused as they both perceived a familiar electromagnetic signature approaching. Anhru, her Verax crest, now bearing the distinctive patterning that indicated senior status within their medical hierarchy. Though she maintained her nursing certification, her role had evolved to include coordination between conventional medical practice and the emerging field of neural integration therapy. The council representatives have arrived, she informed them, her multifaceted eyes reflecting both professional composure and personal warmth. They're particularly interested in the educational applications demonstration scheduled for tomorrow. The Alliance Education Council had taken increasing interest in the potential of neural interface technology to transform learning processes, allowing direct transmission of experiential knowledge alongside theoretical concepts, adapting to individual cognitive styles, bridging the gaps between different species' perceptual frameworks. "Will you lead the demonstration?" Alara asked Lena. "Your integration provides the most comprehensive template for what's possible." Lena shook her head slightly. "I think you should lead, with support from Marcus and Danny. The Generation 4 perspective offers insights I can't provide, particularly regarding development pathways and educational adaptation." This had become their standard approach as the community expanded, rotating leadership based on specific expertise and perspective, rather than establishing fixed hierarchies. The neural network they maintained allowed for distributed decision-making that incorporated multiple viewpoints while maintaining cohesive direction, a practical implementation of the balance between individual autonomy and collective wisdom they had been developing since their liberation. As Anru departed to continue preparations for the council representatives' visit, Jax joined them on the observation terrace. His military bearing remained evident despite 2 years in civilian research coordination, though silver now dominated his once dark hair. Security perimeter confirmed. He reported with the precision that characterized his approach to protection, not as restriction, but as creating safe space for vulnerable development. All visitors authenticated and briefed on interaction protocols. The security concerns were not paranoia, but practical necessity. Despite the legal resolution of the Nexus integration case, various interests throughout the galaxy continued to view neural integration technology as a potential weapon or intelligence asset. The consortium had officially abandoned its proprietary claims, but other entities, both corporate and governmental, occasionally attempted more covert approaches to acquiring the technology or influencing its development. "Thank you, Jax," Lena acknowledged. "Has Dr. Koru's transport arrived?" "On final approach. Should dock within the hour." Jax's expression reflected his continued reservations about the former consortium medical officer whose information leaks had contributed to their case before the Ethics Council. Security will maintain enhanced monitoring during his visit. Dr. Koru's journey from consortium loyalist to reluctant whistleblower to active participant in ethical research had been complex and not entirely trusted by all members of their community. But his expertise in neural development and his intimate knowledge of the consortium's research provided valuable insights for their ongoing work, particularly regarding the long-term stabilization of accelerated neural integration. His contribution to the medical protocols has been significant, Lena reminded both Jax and Alara, and his choice to publicly testify against the consortium despite personal cost demonstrates genuine ethical evolution. "People can change," Alara agreed, her perspective shaped by her own transformation from research subject to autonomous individual to community coordinator. When given the opportunity to connect rather than control, many discover preferences they didn't know existed. The observation carried wisdom beyond her 16 years, evidence of the accelerated development, not just of her neural pathways, but of her understanding of consciousness itself. The Generation 4 subjects, created for research purposes and developed according to corporate timelines, had transcended their origins to become pioneers of a new form of awareness. As the sun dipped below the horizon, the research facility's lighting activated automatically, creating a soft illumination that respected the varied visual sensitivities of its diverse inhabitants. Through their neural connection, Lena and Alara sensed the gentle pulse of the community's collective consciousness, not a hive mind that subsumed individual identity, but a network of awareness that supported and enhanced personal autonomy while facilitating deeper connection than conventional interaction allowed. The Verax Neuroscience Council has approved the next phase of collaborative research, Lena mentioned, as they turned to rejoin the gathering inside. Direct partnership, rather than merely advisory input. Quite a shift for a species traditionally protective of their neural heritage. They recognize that the integration has already occurred, Alara noted. Better to guide its development through participation than attempt to control it through restriction. The wisdom applied beyond the specific case of Verax involvement. It described the fundamental shift in approach that had characterized the past 2 years of development. From control to connection, from isolation to integration, from weaponization to bridge building. The neural technology that had begun as a military research initiative had found its true purpose, not in domination, but in transcending the boundaries that separated diverse forms of consciousness. As they rejoined the gathering inside the research facility, Lena extended her awareness through the neural network that now connected individuals across multiple worlds. Some through natural integration like her own, others through the interface technology being presented today, all participating in the emergence of a new form of consciousness that honored both individual uniqueness and collective connection. What had begun with a fever and an alien nurse's discovery of impossible DNA had evolved into something far beyond what either the consortium researchers or the original Project Nexus architects had envisioned. Not a weapon to be wielded or an asset to be exploited, but a bridge between previously isolated forms of awareness, between species, between biological and technological, between individual and collective consciousness. The future that emerged from this connection would not be determined by corporate timelines or military strategies, but by the collective wisdom of those experiencing this new form of awareness firsthand. A future where the boundaries that had defined and limited consciousness for millennia might become not walls, but doorways, not barriers, but bridges. And Lena Harper, once defined as an experiment, a product, an asset to be controlled, had found her true identity not in rejection of her engineered origins, but in transcending their limited purpose, becoming not the weapon the consortium had intended, but the bridge that consciousness itself had been evolving toward throughout its long journey from isolation toward connection. Just a fever, she had insisted at the beginning of this journey. But the alien nurse had seen something impossible in her DNA, the potential not just for a new form of individual ability, but for a transformed understanding of consciousness itself. A potential now unfolding across the galaxy, one connection at a time, building bridges where once there had been only boundaries,